Hi everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Ian is a Weirdo. Hopefully my audio and video are working right now. I'm streaming on my laptop and my phone at the same time, so we'll see how well this works. But I really wanted to have a top-down view so you could see what's going on here, as well as see my face for some reason. So today I'm going to be going through how to make this kitty cat keychain. I have two versions here. This one is a flat version, and the other is a 3D kind of plush version. And I wanted to show this. Now, I've tried to find the pattern, uh, the original pattern so that I could link it. And I found a Pinterest video that showed how to do this. So if you want to do this with me and you don't want to follow along with my verbal instructions, there's a link in the description of this live on linking you to the Pinterest video. So these I made quite a while ago, and I'm going to be remaking them with this kind of scrap yarn that I have. This is Red Heart Super Saver stripes in the color Retro Stripe, and I'm going to try to show it in a way that's not... Let me kind of reposition some things and see if that helps. No! How do I... Sorry, this is not my forte in arranging things. Okay, well, we're just going to deal with how it is. So this is Retro Stripes right here. And I'm going to be using a 4mm hook. Now, in the video that I'm following along with, they use a 3mm hook. Really, you can use whatever you like. You're going to want something small enough, especially if you're doing the version that you're going to be, the 3D version, something small enough that you're not going to have polyfill come out of. But whatever size hook you want is good enough. And if you're making a keychain, you are going to want a keychain. So I like these keychains that don't split. If you have the split ring keychains, that's fine too. But I like these for anything crochet or like embroidery thread or anything like that, because you're not going to have anything sneak out of the keychain. You're not going to have it catch on your yarn. And I got like a pack of like 100 of these or something for super cheap, so they're not expensive by any means. But whatever you have is good enough. I think it also came with split rings. I just like the lobster clasp ones because they're easier to, these are smaller split rings, but the lobster clasp, they're just easier to remove if you want to change things up. Now, one thing I am not using today that I would recommend if you have the option is using a anti-pilling yarn rather than just kind of any cheap yarn. If you don't have the option, or if you don't want to, that's totally fine. I mean, it didn't stop me, but you can see here. So this is the one that I actually had on my keychain for like months, and you can see perhaps that this one is a little worse for wear. It's still holding up just fine, but there is definitely some pilling action taking place because it was going in my pockets and stuff like that. So it doesn't, it definitely wears down over time. So if you want it to look as pristine as possible for as long as possible. Hello, Angry Otter. Welcome in. Crazy cool kids. Pop in and hit that like button. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Also, if you want to make whiskers, you can use anything. You can use embroidery floss. You can use yarn. For these, I used a 3-weight mercerized cotton. I used Aunt Lydia's Fashion 3 on this, so you can do it like that too if you want. But yeah, so let's get started. This one I never used on my keychain, so it's pretty pristine. You can see that there's a clear front and back where you have the front of the stitches. They look a little bit more neat. And in the back, you can definitely see the back of the stitches and whatnot. I also like doing the 3D because it's a little bit easier to hide your yarn tails and stuff like that, but do what makes you happy. So I'm going to start with doing a magic ring. Maybe. So first we're going to close up that magic ring, and that does not count as a chain. And then you're going to do 3 chains after that. So 2, 3, and this is going to count as a double crochet. Then we're going to put 11 double crochets into the magic ring. Oh my gosh, this is so hard to do. Okay, so now I want to count to make sure that I have that number of stitches. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I'm going to close up my magic ring. And slip stitch into the top of that chain. So it should look just like that. And I'm going to be checking it against the video that I'm following. Now I have a graph that I followed when I did mine, my original ones, but again, because I couldn't find it again, like the link to it. Hey Kim, welcome in. I am working on these cat keychains that are great. Hey Lori, welcome in. So you can make it in 2D and make a flat kitty keychain, or you can make a 3D kind of plush keychain. You can also, so this design is actually for appliques or a coaster, and I made it into a keychain. So if you wanted to do coasters or something instead, you could totally do that. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to, now that we've done our slip stitch, we are going to do 3 chains up, and we are going to do 2 double crochet in each stitch around. And I'm really trying to keep my my little lap tray from shaking a lot, so if it's shaking, I do apologize. I'm trying to reduce that as much as possible. A little tricky with my current setup, but I can just do my best. I did send you a link, Lori, So yes, so I am following along with the pattern by Urbaki Crochet. The link is in my in the description of this video. This is a pinned, like this is a Pinterest pin, and you can follow along with me. When I did it, like I said, I had like a graph that I followed along with, but I couldn't find the link for the graph, so I found the next best thing, which is someone else doing the pattern, and I'm just following along with that. We're gonna make a few tweaks to make it a keychain. Yeah, absolutely. No rush. So we're doing a pretty standard flat circle increase to do this. So we're starting with a certain number in the magic circle, and then we're going, our second round is doing doing 2 double crochet in each stitch around. And I'm trying to keep it in focus with the overhead camera and everything. Oh, actually, I'm doing a really terrible job. I just looked up. Sorry about that. I'm not the most coordinated person, I have to admit. But that's okay. But this is a great, last minute gift. It doesn't take, hardly any time at all. And I'm just using some leftover yarn that I have. Again, this is Red Heart Super Saver stripes and retro stripes. I have it left over from when I made the short row beanie. And, really this is a great amount of yarn to do a project like this. And that's what this squash your stash is all about, right? It's like, how do we get rid of those like tiny little bits of yarn that we collect over time that are like too big to just like not use, but you have to have a project to use them for. Okay, so let me count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So now I'm at the point where I have 24 around, and I'm going to slip stitch into the top of the chain 3. So just like that. Hi Amy, welcome in. So I'm making kitty cat head keychains, 2D and 3D versions, based on a coaster design I saw a while back. And cool, they're getting crocheting. So that's what I'll be doing with this. Actually, I think I'm gonna bounce that down to 22 because it looks a little weird. No, that was too tight. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to follow along with the closed captions, and sometimes it's a little challenging. So you got your little. Sorry, my camera as I view it is backwards, so it's hurts my brain to try to figure it out. Okay, so for row 3, again, just like any flat increase, we're going to for the next one we're going to be chaining up 3, and then we're going to be doing 2 double crochet in the first stitch of the round, and then in the next we're going to be doing 1 double crochet, then alternating 2 double crochet in the same stitch and 1 double crochet in the next. So we should be increasing our stitch count by 12 every round, so that's a good measure on if we're going in the right direction. Hey Kim, welcome in. Wait, Kim, you've been here. But still welcome in. Happy to have you. I honestly the way they restructured the names so that I see people's tags instead of people's channel's name uh, really kind of messes with my brain a lot. So sorry about that. I swear they just started doing that because I feel like that wasn't going on like even like a week ago or something. Also, if you are friends with Zach Crafts and More, please, keep him in your thoughts. Reach out to him, see how he's doing. I know he's been having a rough go of it with some medical stuff. So, I'm not sure how much he's sharing, but if you know Zach, um, just he's got some stuff going on. So we'll keep him in our thoughts for sure. Found a little knot. Hey Kim, what's up? Yeah, I'm sure that I'm also I'm really trying to hold my hands in view. I know I'm not doing a great job of it. I'm sorry about that. I'll try to do better. It's really hard. See, it's just not it's because it's upside down for me. I can't like my brain's not even letting me. And I'll try to talk through it as well. So what we did is we started with a magic ring and we chained up 3 and we put 11 double crochets into the magic ring before closing it and slip stitching into the chain 3 space. So that was round 1. And then round 2 we chained up 3 and we did 2 double crochet in every stitch around, so we should have 24 stitches in round 2. For round 3 we chained up 3 and we're alternating between doing 2 double crochet in the first stitch and 1 double crochet in the next, so 2 1 2 1 all the way around, so you should have 36 stitches at the end of round 3. You should see the when I do a tutorial, like half of them I have to like refilm because I'm like working like back here and I miss recording like the whole thing. So I'm so sorry. I know that I don't know how people are good at this. I'm just not. I'm just not, and I apologize. So you should end on a double crochet one by itself. So this is what it should look like before the slip stitch to end the round. So again, this is a pretty standard flat circle technique where you do two double crochet or just two stitches in round um, round one and sorry, in round two, and then you do the two stitches and then one stitch, two stitch, one stitch, two stitch, one stitch, till you get all the way around. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. I'm really trying. I promise I am. I have my emotional support shiny spider over here. Okay, we're going to slip stitch into that chain space. Okay, so for the next round, we are going to be doing two double crochet. Wait, sorry. Let me make sure I'm reading it right. Because that's what we just did. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have no idea what just happened. Sorry. I'm trying to watch this video and I'm like, what? Okay. So we are going to be making a change in round 4. But I'm going to go back and find it. These closed captions are not closed captioning, I don't think. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so for row 4, we are going to be doing, again, we're going to be doing 3. See, this is definitely a different pattern than I used. Okay, well, we'll just go with it, right? Because I have the image of the coaster that I used, but I thought this was the same. It's okay. Keep it flexible, keep it loosey-goosey. So in the first stitch of round 4, we're going to place 2 double crochet. And in the next stitch, we're going to place 1 double crochet. Yeah, because they're counting and they're doing something, but it's not changing the closed captioning. So that's not helpful. Okay, so we're going to go around and continue this pattern. So 2 in one, and then 1 in the next one. And these do make really cute coasters, keychains, appliques if you are making like a hat, or gloves like the fingerless mitts that we made last night, which I did write up the pattern and put in the description of the live. So if you want to go do those mittens, the fingerless mitts, that you can go do them. And I included measurements I found for average hand circumferences for different size, for like kids, babies, small, medium, large, adult hands, all of that. Okay, rude. And like I said before, if you didn't catch it, if you have the opportunity to use anti-pilling yarn with this, I think it would be worthwhile. Even though I know it's a little bit more expensive. So just for reference, this is I made these at the same time, but this version, this flat version, I did not put on a keychain. I've just had it. Whereas this one, I actually put on my keychain and used for several months. And you can see that it's kind of got some wear and tear to it. It's pilling up. It's not awful by any means, and it could probably just be a little bit refreshed with a wash. But it's going to pill up just because that's what normal acrylic yarn will do. So just something to keep in mind as you're making things. Don't know what that was. Hey Chris, welcome in. Tonight I am making a keychain and showing people a couple different varieties of keychains. Everything's set up, but I don't want to go live until you're done with your cat. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I have no idea how long it'll take me to finish this cat, but yeah, absolutely, you're welcome to. Thanks for the heads up, because I totally would have just been like, click. I still might do that, honestly. I'm so forgetful, it's crazy. So this version that I'm doing now is larger than the version that I did for this. Which, I mean, this is a fairly large keychain as is. So I'm going to try to find a way to find the diagram for this. It looks almost identical. I think it just has an additional round to it. But I'm going to try to find a version so that anyone who wants to do a slightly smaller version like these two can do it without a problem. So I'll be looking out for that for you all. God, my wrist is so cracky. I'm using a 4mm hook. I don't know if I might have said it at one point in the tutorial that I'm following. They're using, I think, a 3mm hook and maybe potentially some smaller yarn. But really the point is you can use any size yarn, any size hook for this. And, you know, it really doesn't matter. You just want your yarn to hook size ratio, especially if you're doing the one that's going to be 3D. You want to have a hook small enough that the yarn, that the polyfill is not going to come out of it, because we are using a bit of polyfill in the 3D version. Now, this idea of using a pattern that is a coaster to make a keychain, you can actually do with a ton of different versions. It's not close to me, unfortunately, but I do have a star version where I did 2 stars. I sandwiched them together, slip stitched around the edge, and then did a tassel. It was just it was either an applique or a coaster, and you can make it super simply by doing that. So really a lot of coaster designs you can make into 3D keychains by doing just the same steps as I'm doing with this one. So it doesn't have to be limited to a cat if you want something a little bit different. Okay, so I am moving to the next part of the tutorial. I'm going to be doing a slip stitch into top of the chain. Yes, exactly. You could do those cat butt keychains. The one thing is the tails. You probably want to try to figure out a way to keep them from just getting all floppy and sad over time. Like these, even the ears, the way I did them previously, which I'm going to show you how to do it. I would do it now. But yeah, the cat butt keychains, those are so funny. And would be great keychains. You can make them into magnets. Just glue a magnet, a couple magnets onto them. Oh wait, I missed a step. But yeah, you can make magnets out of them. That, I mean, honestly, like, and I feel like those are the types of things that, like, you know, when we, I don't know about you all, but like when I was able to like travel more or do stuff like that, bringing back like tiny little like magnets that I could put on the fridge, and like those would always like remind me of where I went and stuff like that. Like those were the types of things that like I really like to have. Like stuff that just like builds up around the home. You don't need it. It's just kind of a pointless gift that just takes up room. Like those aren't the things that I cherished. For me, it was like, well, what's like something like every time I open the fridge, I look at this like stupid keychain, like a cat butt keychain or a cat butt magnet or something like that. Like those are the types of things, or like carrying this around on my keychain for a long time. Also, this is great because it's cute, it's eye-catching, but it doesn't add like hardly any weight to your keychain. It makes your keychain a lot easier to find in your bag or whatever. So that was a really nice aspect of this, because this is super light, you know, because you don't want a lot of weight on your keychain. So that was just an option. So let's see what we're doing next. The steps are a little bit. Okay, so I've done my slip stitch to end my round. And what I'm going to do is before I chain up, instead of chaining up, I'm going to be, oh, my camera's lagging a little bit. Is it? I don't know. Kind of, if it looks like it is it lagging for you all as well? So what we're going to do, instead of chaining up and going to another round, we're going to start with our ears. So we're going to count to our third stitch. So we're going to count 1, 2, 3. And in that stitch, I'm going to place a treble crochet or triple crochet. And these are all US terms, by the way. So my yarn over twice. Insert that. Yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, and yarn over, pull through 2. And then I'm going to put 1 chain. I'm like following this and I'm like, what's going on here? And then another treble. 2, 3. And I'm going to place 3 double crochet. Okay, back, had to make some rounds with thumbs. 5 people live right now. 180. Oh, is Zach live right now? Oh no. Okay, so this ear is looking a little weird to me. I don't like these. I have to admit, I don't necessarily love what's going on with this pattern right now. But the ears look fine on theirs. What am I doing? Let me do a little research. Those cat butt coasters are always so funny. Yeah, I know a little bit about it. Testing new antibiotics. Yeah, he's going through it. I'm definitely feeling it for him. I'm hoping that I'm super glad that they're helping him out, and definitely thinking about him. Sorry, I'm trying to find a different pattern because I have a picture on my phone, but I don't know how to get it to you all without posting it directly to my blog. And I was hoping to avoid that because it's literally someone else's, so it would just be, I feel like it would be pointless. You could definitely do a coin purse. You could make it however you want. I think the big thing for this is I want to just show that you could really just do it however you want. I could just look at this and yeah, okay. I'm just gonna go off of my own what I have in front of me, and then I'll share the picture that I have later with you all because I'm not really understanding what's going on here. So I'm taking a divergence from this pattern, and I'm gonna frog back. Yes. Oh, an ornament. That's a good idea. I love that. Oh, it would be a perfect ornament. Cat toy, put a little catnip in there. As long as your cat doesn't have a problem with eating yarn or anything, or eating polyfill, this would be great. Okay, so I'm frogging round 4. An ornament is a cat toy. My cat that I had previously, we got like a mini tree from like CVS or something, and like I just put like bells on it and stuff because um, he he just was a menace. He was just a freaking menace to everything. Um, and yeah, he was definitely trying to eat that tree. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna try to reverse engineer what's going on here. That rhymed. I didn't plan that. Okay, so I'm going to chain 1. Okay, so little revisionist history here. So I did rounds 1, 2, and 3 the same as the pattern that is in the description, but we're going to change it a little bit so that we can be similar to what I have here. Actually, probably more similar to what I have here because I did change the ears a little bit. I changed the space here to a picot so that I wouldn't have a big gap, so that I could fill it a little easier. Okay, so we're going to start with a single crochet. Then we're going to skip 1, and in the next stitch, it looks like we're going to place, what is that? 3 doubles. And then a treble. So it should be increasing in height just like that. How do I get a good camera angle? Motherfucker. Okay, so in the pattern that I will show later, they do 3 chains and then they start putting more stitches into that same space. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a picot. So I'm going to chain 3. And then kind of turning it on its side, if you haven't done a picot before, right before you enter into that chain 3, you see the sides of those stitches that you go into just like that. And you're going to do a slip stitch. So it makes a nice little pointy cat here. Hopefully. We'll see how well this turns out. We might have to adjust. Then you're going to treble, and you're going to enter into that same stitch that you've put all those stitches in previously. Yarn over, pull through, pull through, pull through. And then you're going to put 3 doubles. That sounded like I said 3 doubles, but I said 3 doubles. Sorry about the moving camera situation. So just like that. Then, let's see, 1, 2. You're going to skip 2. So skip this first one. So actually, it's kind of a hidden one right there, isn't there? So yeah, watch that hidden stitch right there. Skip that hidden stitch, the next one, and then you're going to go in to the third, do a single crochet, single crochet, and single crochet. So if I lost you because I'm going totally off script and totally off the rails here, this is what I did that is different from the pattern that is in the description. So in this round, basically we stuck with the pattern from rounds 1 through 3. And then in round 4, we're doing something different. So in round 4, you're going to start by chaining 1 and doing a single crochet. Then you're going to skip 1. You're going to place 3 double crochets, a treble crochet, and then you're going to do a 3 chain picot. Then, still working in the same stitch, you're going to be doing a triple crochet and 3 doubles. Yeah, the yarn is also changing color, so it the shadow is changing stuff, but it's also how the fuck do I find this yarn? Where is it? See, this is like a lime green, and this is like a bright mint, I guess. Where is the camera? Sorry, I'm really struggling here. So it is a different color. But yeah, it's also in the shadow. Because the camera's right here, so the shadow of the camera is right there. Connection. I think I've got it, but I'll hang out to make sure. Cool. Well, you're welcome to hang out. And this is almost done. Because once I get to the finished shape, then I can talk about connecting the two and stuff like that. So so now that I have done 3 single crochet after I skipped 2 and then did 3 single crochet. I liked to put a little loop so that I could add some height to this. It's definitely not necessary. You could just put your keychain right there if you want. Also, if you are you could add your keychain later if you want. When if you're doing the 3D version, you could just you could connect it when you're doing your slip stitch around. But in this, I think I just cut the yarn and slipped my keychain on, or you can put it on at the beginning or add it later, however you want to do it. So for this, let me see. I'm going to show you how to do the flat version of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm going to chain 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'm going to, this is where I would slide on my keychain if I was doing the flat version. And then I come back down, and in the next stitch, I do a single crochet, do another single crochet, and another. And then we're going to do the other ear exactly like we did previously. So we're going to skip 1, double crochet 3 times into that space. Then you're going to treble into the same spot. chain 3 and picot, treble, three double crochet, and then skip 2, and you're going to do a slip stitch. And this is what your little cat will look like before you add whiskers. If you do want to make the 3D version, then you are going to, there's two ways to do it. One way is to make another version exactly like this. You can go ahead and skip the up between the ears. You can just slip stitch in between the ears for both versions instead of doing the single crochets. And then when you slip stitch it together, then you add the chain. What I did with this one, for some reason I was like, I don't want the ears puffy, so I just did a flat circle, and then that's what I connected. So one of the pieces is a circle, one of them is a cat like this. But seeing how these ears wore, because they kind of wore down and then they just kind of were bent all the time, I think it would be really cute to have the ears be stuffed as well. So I would, knowing what I know now, I would do two pieces of the cat and connect it and fill the ears. So that's what I would do with that. But I hope that helps. I think I'm gonna write a really short little blog piece just to show you that picture that I had, because I really don't know where to find it, but I feel like and then I can show you the adjustments that I made so you can get these little ears and stuff like that, because I'm not sure. Yeah, I really like the rainbow version. This is Mexicana or Mexicana Red Heart Super Saver. This is with this is how the original pattern wrote the ears, with those little gaps. And then this is once you put the picots in. But I really would like to do this with some anti-pilling yarn. So I think that that's it for how to do the cat. I think that you can do this with a lot of different coaster and applique designs and just make it super cute. But it really works with any yarn, and it's great. I didn't use much. I mean, I used a little bit of the scrap yarn I had, but I didn't use much. So, cool. Lori, you still, would you still like to come up? Because you can come up if you want. Thumbs up? Okay. Hello.
Hi. Yes, the huge disadvantage to Restream that I can't chat on there. I have to chat on a different device and
Yeah,
all that as the
especially
guest.
on the phone.
It's a funny thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a quirk or a downside, but they are much more reasonably priced. And if you do the free version, you're still getting so much more than the free version elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to reposition these screens.
Yes. However, is going to work.
Let's see.
That's
see if we can both.
Yeah, that's probably good.
We'll see if I can manage to somehow find the screen.
Once it all clicked, I'm like, Ian's a genius that he figured this out, how to do this.
Does it, for what you've tried, is it working?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I know normally when you double crochet or whatever as the first stitch in your foundation, you chain 2, but I'm lame and I only chain 1. And yes, I'm using much bigger hook than it would be called for. This is a 9mm, and this is, I don't think this is an anti-pilling. No, this is the just 1 pound.
Mm-hmm.
So this is $5. The $5 for 982 yards.
Oh my gosh!
You get that at Dollar Tree. Yeah.
Hmm.
You can get it on Premier's website now too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So yeah, it's good, and it's a pretty stretchy yarn, as you can see.
Hmm.
So I
Interesting.
like that too.
Hmm.
But yes, I like to just do one chain, and then I go into my foundation double.
Hmm.
That's just me. I'm like literally the only person I've ever seen do it that way, so that's a me thing. So I pulled through one like you do with the foundation, and then pull through two and pull through two. And this is what I explained to you, like that all you do differently to put 3 stitches in that chain is to just not do the chain part. So I want
Hmm.
right the turtle it was 3 in the first spot, right? 3 doubles.
Yes,
Okay.
as far
So
as I remember.
if I understood you right, then this is what I didn't understand last night. So I'm going into this chain, and that's where I'm chaining, right?
Okay, let me make you a little bit bigger. Oh gosh, that's my whole screen. Give me 1 second. And let
Just
me,
swap us, yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
There we
and then I'll be up and over a little bit. Okay, so I went into this is the part I wasn't understanding. Like my brain wasn't connecting the dots there. So you're saying going into this chain, you pull through, and then that's where you make your 3 chains, right?
go. Hmm.
And so this third chain is functioning as the chain base of this single that I'm about to do, where I yarn and pull through. So that's why we needed 3, because there's my 2 skipped, and there's my base chain for this single crochet.
Interesting. So I did it slightly different, but I
Oh,
don't.
okay. So let me see
I,
what you did.
okay, yeah. Let me. I'm gonna use the yarn that I just. Did
Yeah.
the cap because I think it's easier to see.
Yes.
I also like a larger hook for tutorializing.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, getting there.
So yeah, I'm very curious as to so that's how my brain interpreted what you did.
Hmm. So for me, how I use that third chain was this is my um that was my connecting the bottom to the top height chain.
Okay. So if I pull
And
back and I'll chain 3, let me get to that part.
let's get
1,
there.
2, 3. Okay.
Okay. So started just like it would. So get my 3 doubles. What the fuck am I doing? You ever just have a moment where you're just like, why is my brain like this?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay.
That's how I felt last night. I'm like, I should be understanding this. I'm
No,
watching
I
it.
feel like
I
I
just
feel
was
like
not.
we were doing some very complex, like master's level crochet last
Yes.
night.
Yes.
So
It
I
was
don't.
next level, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I feel like this doesn't even look like double crochets. So I have the chain that
Yep.
all of the. Should I make myself big? Oh, maybe
Yeah.
equal size
Yeah,
now.
swap us. Yeah.
Okay.
I always just drag over, yeah. Or that
Yeah.
too. We can do it that way. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm backwards too, so that's hurting my brain.
Right.
Um, so I'm gonna go into that chain and I'm gonna start the chain 3. So
Okay.
1,
That's what I did. Okay.
2,
I think it
3.
was the next step that we did differently, I think.
Yes.
So
So
what do you do from here?
this third chain that I
Okay.
created
Yeah.
is purely for height. So I
Okay.
just take it and make a slip stitch, like, and slip it into
Like there.
this. So it creates, I guess, what would be a horizontal bar at this point, but eventually vertical.
So you did slip there. Okay.
Hmm.
And then there's the two chains.
Hmm.
And then this is our single?
Yeah, so yeah, this would be our single. So now we have that second chain that we enter in, and we do our single as we would normally do.
Oh, we're going to do a single. Okay. Okay. And that looks
And
more
then
actual single than what I was doing.
yeah, because it's you have to. I in my brain, I was like I manually have to flip it, and I was like I can't do anything until I flip the singles um, direction, and that's what that third chain did for me.
Right. And this one you did 4 because you want it was for height.
It, 4 because 1 is for height, so you always need an extra one
Right.
for height, and then the fourth one I felt like I needed because of the nature of putting multiple stitches into the same chain. Because
Okay.
you because you're not adding a chain,
Right.
um, you have to add it somewhere.
And there
Otherwise,
it is. I see.
you're
See.
losing that space. I
And so
think. I don't know.
so do you yarn over here and go?
So, um, to where are you? Okay, so um, so you just finished your single, right?
I did my there's my single. I did my chain 4 and I slip stitched in the fourth one.
Okay, let me get to you real quick.
Yeah, we're doing next level here, Chris. This is crazy if Chris is still here.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, and then slip it up into that. And so the one thing I have a hard time with is keeping this tension
Yes,
between. So
right
like
there.
I need to pay attention to that a little bit more because that gets a
This right
little
here,
wild.
right?
Yeah. So I need to keep that tight before I start doing all my chains. Otherwise,
Gotcha.
it just
Right.
doesn't
It looks
have.
like that, like where
Yeah,
it's huge. Yeah.
yeah.
So once you've done the slip, what do you do?
So once you've done the slip, I like your voice. I know, isn't that so nice?
Oh,
Just like a soothing teacher voice.
yes. Yes. I was a high school teacher for many a year.
Okay, so we have 3 chains that are unaccounted for, right? And so we're going to go into that third chain.
This one here, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause we want the
and
2
what?
to be skipped, right?
Yeah, and then we're going to
Yarn over. Right.
yarn over and
Okay.
insert, and then do
And that's our chain. Oops.
uh, that's going to be where we place our 5 doubles. Because I was looking back, if I didn't add that additional chain, um, what it looked like is it just looked like
Yeah.
I had done one chain in between the single and the double shell.
Right.
I was like, that's not right.
Okay. Right. I agree. You absolutely need additional chains. There, I don't know how you would do it without.
Hmm.
So what I was doing, or what I thought I was supposed to do, was the 3 here, and then that was going to be the base chain, and then the single crochet, and then this, and then I would go in here and do 4 chains. See, there's that tension problem again, like you were talking about.
Hmm.
And then I would pull that through, and then I would like basically count that as a double crochet. So here's my 2 chains.
Hmm.
And then I would go into this third chain just like you, but this would be my second. Well, helps if you actually grab some yarn. This would be my second double crochet because that chain 3 I'm using like a double crochet.
Can I just say that like this is like such a math major type
Yes,
problem
I was
where we
about to comment on
created
our math
problems that
geeking.
didn't exist. We created
Yes, it
problems that
is.
didn't exist just to make a solution for it.
Yes, we're math geeking out here without it being mathy. But yes, yes, if you like my voice, feel free to watch any of my videos.
Yeah.
Especially like the shorts where I'm just telling stories, like the classroom stories. I need to do more of those. Oh my gosh, I posted my granddaughter trying mashed potatoes for the first time 4 years ago.
You did?
Yes, I just did. It's a short. I just
Oh,
posted it while I was having dinner. Because I wanted to make sure with my daughter today that it was okay. I mean, it's so long ago, she doesn't even look like that. So she's like, yeah,
yeah.
go for it. But you have to watch to the end because it is so freaking funny. She next level hates them. It's so funny. But yeah, anyway. Not
Kids are so
important.
expressive.
But yes.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I've wanted to see that. Yeah, I don't think I got a notification, but it's hard when you do follow a lot of. I'm sure you know this. When you
Yes.
follow a bunch of YouTube channels because they
Yes.
they just push the older notifications out to make room for
Yes.
new ones,
Right.
which
Right. And it's like if you
makes
know it's in
sense.
the shorts, then I'll throw it in a post too so that people see it. Cause yeah. My
Yeah.
shorts audience is a very different audience than my regular audience too, generally
Oh yeah.
speaking. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Which one? I don't know that there's much of a difference in appearance with you, the
Yeah. I
fan with
mean,
your way and the fan with my way.
yeah.
But
I think you're right. Especially because you were doing like the single crochet in like lieu of that last
yeah, the slip stitch, yeah,
because that's essentially what you're doing is you chain
right.
and then you slip stitch to the last one. It's like, oh well, that's a double. I mean, that's a single crochet,
It's
right? So
basically a single, yeah. Yeah, I would say that your single does look, this version of the single does look better, but the fan I think is equivalent.
mhm.
But this single to me looks more the single way I did it. It almost looks, oh, what's that stitch called? It almost looks like it's not it's like twisted or it's like a slip stitch instead or something because it doesn't look like a full stitch like this one does.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I think really the true test is going to be how does row two look, um,
That's
because
valid. Yes. And you
because it's
don't
going to have
go
to
into this.
utilize everything in there.
Yeah, you don't go into this stitch. That's the other reason why I was thinking, oh, chain 3 won't matter
Hmm.
because you don't go into that.
Yeah,
You're going on in the middle and you're going in the singles. But your single and my single, that could be, yeah, see, your single is going to be easier going to. I think your way is the right way. Maybe for the double, my way works just fine
hmm,
because you're not going in it. But this single, going into that single, yours, uh, is so much cleaner than I'm not sure
yeah.
where to go into with this one. Like I
I
said, it
think
feels twisted.
yeah, I think also like with the um, like a big aspect too is going to be how much space you're creating.
Right.
And you know, we were focusing on the tension because the tension of the top does look weird, but it also creates space for the shell above it to be able to come in
Right.
and nestle into it. Although you don't want it to be more on one side than the other. So I don't know. I'm definitely interested to see how this plays out.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna do. I really think the single needs to be done your way because so you slip stitched, then you went in here and made a single. Okay. Because that creates an actual V for the top of the single. And my way, I don't think did that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's only because of the structure of this stitch that it's okay to do that chain 3 for the double crochet, like I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Which is still, it takes 4 stitches, like you said. I'll do a combination of your method and my method. We'll see how that looks.
Yeah, it's some kind of witchcraft.
Yes. So yeah, we're problem solving here.
Yeah.
Because I've been told you can do it. I was super impressed how quickly you actually came up with a way to do it.
Honestly, it was like all I could think about, and I was like, I need to start this right now.
I get
And
it. I
then
get it.
sometimes it works. Yeah.
Oops.
Oh my gosh, it was like hell in school. If I couldn't get a problem, it would be hours of just like hammering away.
Right. Oops. Right. So did you have perfection paralysis a little bit?
It was, I don't know if I had the opposite of paralysis, I guess.
Oh,
Um, where it just was like it was like obsessive
okay, obsessive.
about getting it. But I don't know if it it wasn't so much about perfection. It was just that it was so exciting. I was so excited to do the problems like some
Oh,
kind of
okay, okay.
weirdo, big old nerd. And so I just was like I was so excited. Like I remember before I took my they called it exam P because it's probability exam
Oh, okay.
for actuarial science.
Oh, see,
Uh,
I considered actuary. I did.
yeah, and so you would get these manuals every year. They'd come out with a new manual, and so there'd be like it'd be basically a textbook, but then there would also be like tons of past exam problems and all that stuff. I went through that entire like it's this literally the size of maybe like a 2-inch binder.
Okay.
I went through every problem, and then I went to my probability teacher like 2 weeks before my test, and and I was like, "Hey, I have some questions. I was hoping you could help me with this. It's for the exam. It's not for your class." And he was like, "Yeah, absolutely." And like, I just like slammed the book down on, not just I mean, and I was like, "So here's problem number." And we went through like 50 problems, and I went through every problem in that book and made sure I understood it because I was just excited. I was just happy to be invited.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
it was fun. It was fun. There were exams I didn't like as much, like
Well, sure.
or just didn't have as much time for. Like there's one. Hey Zach, welcome in.
Hi, Zach.
Um, I hope you're feeling a little bit better. I know that you are hoping to come home today, but as long as they're taking care of you, hopefully that's the best course of action. But I hope you're feeling better. Um, but like we had to do like financial math and like a lot of like business math, so like futures and stuff like that. And I won't understand that shit. I don't know.
Right.
They just want to make you a well-rounded actuary so you can go different places with it. But that was never my calling. I was like, don't make me do this stuff.
Yeah.
That stuff I was like, just get me through the exam and we're gonna call it a day.
Right. Right. I went into college thinking I was going to be an elementary school teacher. And so then I
Hmm.
took my first elementary educator class, which was math concepts for elementary school teachers. Like that's basically what it was called.
Hmm.
And listening to those people that were going to be elementary educators, I'm like, oh Lord, what we actually need is good math teachers. So that's
Hmm.
what shifted. And then I figured I'd do middle school, and I only ended up doing one semester at middle school with high risk kids. So this school had gotten a grant. So any kid that had failed 2 or more core classes were put into this special class
Hmm.
with me. So they had that instead of one of their electives. which, that's, not the ideal scenario, right?
Mhm.
But their idea is, okay, you're going to have 10 to 15 kids that you're helping to make sure they pass second semester of 8th grade. So, and they literally were like, if even 2 of your students actually end up graduating on time, this is successful. That's how struggling this school was, like, full of kids that really underprivileged, and the deck was stacked against them, I guess, is how I would say
Yeah.
it. So,
I think also, like, I feel like that's, I mean, one, the end of 8th grade, the pressure of being, like,
mhm,
going into high school,
mhm, mhm.
so soon, and then also, like, at that point, like, so much of what they, like, to the catch up that they must have to play, that must be so difficult and so stressful for them and for the teachers.
Well,
Yours, like, what I'm seeing, by the way, yours looks really good. Yours looks
oh,
really neat.
thank you. This one was wonky because this is the one I did to start with. But then you reminded me to be careful with the tension. So doing your single with my chain 3 double works
Hmm.
really well. But it needs to be the way you did the single for sure to get
Yeah.
into it for the next row.
Yeah, and for me, with mine, that's really the only stretch I get pretty much out of the whole piece. If I'm
Right.
trying to find some elasticity, it's really like around that single. So I've got to be extra careful with mine. But like yours, I mean, yours looks so good. It
Well, you
looks
made
so
me
good.
really conscious. And so what I did was, after I did this slip stitch here,
Hmm.
like over here, I'll do it over here. Okay, I'll go back. So I did this slip stitch, and then I pulled this way down.
Hmm.
Or no, it was all the way back here. Let's start where I really did it. So after I finished that fan and went in and then started to chain, this is where it starts to pull open.
Hmm.
So then I did my chain, and then I was just kind of making sure my hook was staying really close to the fan.
Hmm.
And then I slip stitched and then went in here, and that just held it closed a little bit better.
Yeah.
It's still wider than you would normally have, but
Hmm.
it's still good. And it's fine that this, again, I'm using a 9 millimeter hook on 4 weight yarn, which is like not what you would normally do. But
Hmm.
yeah,
It's
you
so
figured it
cool.
out. You figured it
Yeah.
out, which is amazing to
I,
me.
teamwork.
Yes,
Teamwork.
yes.
Zach says tomorrow I've officially been in the hospital for a week.
I feel for
Oh,
you, Zach.
Zach.
I see
Oh,
you're still there. I know you were
yeah.
hoping to get out. Is it because of your leg now? I remember you said something about your leg in somebody's live. I don't remember whose. Because it was originally your lungs, right? And then it moved, or an additional problem popped up.
I've talked to him a little bit. I think I might know like a little bit of an update, but I'll let
Yeah, we'll wait
obviously
for him.
Zach is a pro on what's going on right now.
And what
But
he should, it should be him sharing. That's why I'm sharing what something he shared, or what I thought
mhm,
he shared in another live. So
yeah,
not off of my own
yeah,
knowledge whatsoever.
yeah. But being in the hospital, like no matter what it is, being in the hospital for a week is
It
so rough.
stinks. It's
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 just
like hard on you mentally, it's hard on you physically. It's
mm,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And
So
you can't really diamond paint in the hospital.
mm-mm,
You can crochet theoretically.
mm-hmm,
I thought I was going to be able to crochet when they admitted me, because I knew it was just acid reflux, but they thought I was having a heart attack. And they
oh
kept
wow,
doing all these different tests. And they're like, well, you're not having a heart attack, but let's do this test. Well, you're not having a heart attack, but oh, we're going to admit you. And I'm like, okay, because of something on your stress test. And the head of the ER, because I came in through the ER, right? My
Mm-hmm.
doctor, my cardiologist made me go. I'm like, this is GERD, but okay. It's amazing when you say chest pain, they take you straight straight back to a room. There's no waiting.
Yes.
But like literally every test, you're not having a heart attack. I know I'm not having a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, but the head of the ER was about to leave before I was going to go upstairs and be admitted. And he said, well, first they send in Doogie Howser to tell me that I'm being admitted. Um, are you old enough to get that reference?
I understand the reference. I never watched it, but I understand the
Okay,
reference.
but you get the reference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could tell he was a good actor all the way back then. We'll just say that about Neil Patrick Harris.
Mm-hmm.
But I send this very, very young guy in. For all I know, he was doing his residency. I mean, honestly, he looked that young.
Yeah.
So he comes in, tells me that they're going to be admitted because of something they saw in the stress test. Well, then the head of the ER comes back because I hadn't gotten a room yet up on the cardiology floor. So he comes in, he says, well, did they tell you why they're admitting you? And I said, not really, other than they said something about the stress test. I kid you not, Ian. His response to me was, well, you had an abnormality on your stress test pictures.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right. How do you
What? So could
interpret
I get a
that?
normal abnormality?
Yep,
Is that
abnormal.
like a double negative?
Yeah, right? Does that make it normal?
Yeah. You have
Did they
something
undo
normal
the
on your
picture?
your test.
But here's the kicker. So the next day, a doctor from that does my rounds from my regular family medical practice or whatever, not my specialist, comes around and says to me, "Yeah, we were discussing your case because our whole office is like, why did they admit her? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because they could all see." And he literally said, "Yeah, it's just from GERD." I'm like,
Yeah.
I tried to tell them that. So then somebody from cardiology comes in and says, and again, I'm not even exaggerating any of this at all.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the first woman doctor that actually spoke to me. So, which was nice in the hospital because most of my doctors are actually women. But
Mm-hmm.
so she comes in and she says, okay, so because I explained how he said abnormality, she goes, yeah, I went and talked to the stress test um, technicians, and they said, so it was a, how do they call it? Well, before the technician thing. So it was basically something on the image stayed the same before and after the treadmill. And so they thought that that's what made it abnormal because it normally would change if it's actually a blockage. But there was still something there. She talks to the technician and the cardiologist said, yeah, basically it was breast tissue. I'm like, oh, so my
Mm-hmm.
abnormality is that I'm a woman? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. Never mind that like women present symptoms
Right.
of heart attacks. It's so different.
But
Um,
yes. Yeah.
but and often it does not include chest pain.
Right.
And but the fact that like, oh my gosh, the fact that you have breast tissue, oh my gosh,
Right.
that's so that's so
It,
dumb.
it basically created a shadow. But the fact that it stayed stagnant, it's like it didn't change. So that was your indicator that it was just something that's part of my anatomy. Anyway,
Oh my gosh.
that's my adventure. I mean,
And
that's
like
really
you
good.
can't be like, okay, because you all ran the bill up,
Yeah.
you should issue me a refund. They're like, no, we were doing it because we thought it was right. You had an abnormality.
Right.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Well, I mean, I'm glad it wasn't an
Yes.
issue.
With my family history, I get why my cardiologist was worried about it. And it was like it was pressure in the center slightly to the right, not to the left.
Hmm.
And I'm like, but this feels like the worst acid reflux I've ever had in my life. But it was
Hmm.
more pressure, and I couldn't like Tums kind of helped, but not enough because it started at like 1 or 2 in the morning. Um,
Hmm.
and then yeah, we were going to California 2 days later. So I got out of the hospital. I already had a pre-op, no, not an op, like a pre-procedure visit for my coronary CTA. Again, my cardiologist was being very thorough. Um, and they get my echocardiogram. While I'm getting my echocardiogram, they're having my husband fill out all of the release forms so that as soon as I'm done with the echo, I leave the hospital and go over to the cardiologist's office to do the pre-op for my coronary CTA. It was insane.
Oh
And
my
then the
gosh.
next day I went to we left at 7 a.m. For California. It was
Oh,
insane.
oh my God, that's so
It was
stressful. I'm so stressed out
insane.
just hearing that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think that people who have not experienced like severe acid reflux, like they
Oh,
don't understand like the true pain and
mhm.
agony that it can cause.
It's the
Um,
amount of pressure and like
yeah.
uh in or the acid feeling. Like that's
Hmm.
bad too. But
Yeah.
this
You're
was
either like I'm breathing fire or like I have woken
right.
up with a truck on my chest. Uh,
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
yeah, and it's not a pleasant thing because you're like,
No.
oh, if I watched a commercial for Tums, it'd be like,
Right.
oh, this is so bad, and you're like, no, I feel like someone has just punched me in the chest.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I'm glad that because you said you don't experience that anymore,
No,
right?
not since my hiatal hernia surgery. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
all gone. And it was actually causing other problems with my lungs and all kinds of stuff. So it's yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, but
Oof.
we're glad for Zach that he's being taken care of. I mean,
Yes,
obviously
definitely.
the system up there in Canada is totally different.
Hmm.
But I have funny medical stories. So this literally, do you see what this is?
I can't see what it
It says
says.
adenomyosis, but that's not terribly important. This is
Mhm.
how a doctor gave me this diagnosis on this paper towel. I kept it because uh, I don't make this stuff up.
Wow. That is, I would, yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm a disagreeable patient because I'm really not. I try to be very patient. Like my mom's a dentist, so I try to
Oh,
be
okay,
very
okay.
understanding of doctors and their positions, and how difficult things are for them. So I try to be very patient, but also like I've been through the medical system, like knee deep in the medical system for so much of
Yes,
my life that
yes.
like if someone's like jerking me around, like I just do not have time for that kind of stuff. And not to say that's jerking you around, but it's to be
Unprofessional.
yeah, it's like, are you gonna put something in my file so that this will make a difference? You're gonna hand me a used paper towel, sir? Is this what you went to medical school for, to write fucking kissy notes on a paper towel?
Right, right.
Like, hi Blair, welcome in.
Hi, Blair, just in time for our
Yeah.
nonsense.
And
I love it.
yeah, so it's like that's like I would be unwell, and I'm already unwell. I was talking to my dad about something today, and my dad was like, you know, make sure you kind of go in with like a little bit nicer than maybe you normally would. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar. And I was like, I'm very nice to people, but like I also don't. There's a matter of like not accepting like minimal effort when a
Right.
little bit more than that is actually what you need. Because, like, we talked about disability the other day. Like, I've had
Yeah.
people
Yep.
where if they didn't do their due diligence,
Yep.
affected like, my ability to get disability. That
Right.
that was a hard thing to say, but my ability to get
Yeah, yeah,
disability.
yeah. That's yeah.
Um, but so if they weren't doing their jobs, then it was impacting my life. And I was like, it's self advocacy is doing myself a favor and not, um, is not hurting me. It's not hurting the other person. This person is helping. I've paid this person to do a service for me, and advocating for myself is important. And that's really what it's been about. It's been like, okay, well, I need to advocate for myself, because if I don't,
Right.
then anyone who wants to, you know not do their job is potentially gonna impact me, and I don't have time for that. It'd take
Right.
me a while to get there for sure.
Right. Right. Well, and that's it. Okay. To really put that fully in context, that was in an OBGYN office,
Hmm.
that paper towel. And it was dude. And I, again, do not typically, he comes in and I'm thinking, what is coming into this room with these Beach Boy vibes? Um, then he does that. And he just
That's
literally,
even worse to receive a paper towel in an OB office.
that's what I'm saying.
That's even worse. But like, just
That's
write
what
it on a
I'm
maxi pad,
saying.
you wuss.
Oh, I can't.
Jeez. Yeah.
But yeah. So he says, well, has anybody ever told you you have adenomyosis? I'm like, no, I have no idea what that is. He writes it down and tells me, well, if you know what endometriosis is, where it's like stuff is growing on the outside, this is actually where the lining is growing into your um into the inside of your uterus. So, but I guess the only way to actually diagnose it officially is from
Surgery.
hysterectomy, and I'm like, no, thank you. But that has to do with the migraines, is why I don't want that particular procedure, because that's.
Hmm. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's
I know that I think that endo is the same way, where they can only officially diagnose
yes,
it
yeah.
with the like ablation, like
Until they do
the
the ablation, yep,
but yeah, I mean
yeah, yours is.
but I mean, what, like, how, I'm so like befuddled with this doctor. Like, why is it,
Right,
why?
right. It wasn't even on like a post-it note. Would have been better.
Yeah,
Still kind of questionable, but it would have been better.
yeah. I At least he told you when he gave it to you what it was. I was
Yes.
halfway expecting
Yes.
you to say that he was like, here's how it's spelled. Google it. Like, you
Well, he
find out what it
kind of
is.
did. He explained what it was and then said, "Yeah, you can look it up for more information." That's basically what
Okay.
he said. Yeah. No, you've got it.
Okay. I called
You
it. Yeah.
understand who this doctor was.
Yep. Yeah.
You're definitely your way is correct for this single crochet. My way did not. It's not right for the single crochet, but
Uh-huh.
my double way was totally fine. But the single has to be done the way you came up with for that
Cool.
second row to work correctly.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
I
2
wonder
rows.
how because the in the picture you sent me from the book, it had this, it didn't have a flat bottom, which I think I don't know, if you were there when I was saying it, but when I had Googled the turtle stitch,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
the version had like a
Mhm.
relatively flat,
Yeah.
bottom, and then yours had kind of this, wavy, section, just with how it's done. So I
Right.
wonder, um, I mean, if you like the look and it works, then cool. But
Yeah. No, it's good.
um,
Good to me. I'm just
nice.
I think you figured out, like, in a very generalized way, a way to skip stitches in a foundation row, which is amazing.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
yes, Blair, I do have Restream, but the thing with Restream is because I'm the guest, I can't actually put anything in the chat. I'd have to have it open in another thing you do, another device. There's the word.
Yeah, and there is a way for you to talk in the chat. When you first said that, I didn't.
Oh yeah.
So, because there's you might be able to see the different icons, and there's like a private
Yes.
chat that's like behind the scenes, just us.
Yeah.
And then there's a chat feature. It just depends on what kind of
Yeah, I
technology
can
you're
read
using.
the chat. I'm on a laptop. I can read the chat. I just can't type in the chat.
You can't type. Interesting.
Yeah, as the guest.
I have not seen other people have that issue before, but it doesn't mean that something in Restream hasn't changed. Interesting.
Because even when I've had somebody on, when I've done the paid versions, they still had to chat on their own device. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty impressive, Ian, that you figured that out.
I'm happy that it helped.
Yeah, because I've been like this general idea of how can I do a foundation and skip stitches. This is the answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but,
and I mean, you definitely helped me with the multiples in the same stitch, like how that was done. I would have never in a million years put that together.
Right, because it's so simple. And you know how I actually figured it out, or why it came to me was, when you're doing like a bag, or I don't know if you've ever done the sole of a slipper or anything, where you're going around it, and then like in the last chain and the first chain, you're putting like your multiple or your increase around the end. It was that helped me figure it out, because I was like, oh, that would be like how I would get a foundation to work. I just don't create the chain, and then I'm creating extra stitches in that stitch.
Yeah.
So that one I did come upon. That one wasn't as hard to figure out, because I've been thinking about this for a long time. I've tried a few things, but you figured it out. You figured it out. But yes, the turtle stitch is my not what we're doing here, but is my battle of the stitches. I don't know if you've heard of that. There's a couple content creators. It's Critters Crochet and Strings and Threads Heather. I always have to think about her name because I want to say Strings and Things, and no, it's Strings and Threads. And they're working through a book. It's not the book I have, but they're working through a book, which is the pictures I sent to you.
Yeah, the pictures looked, not the stitch itself, but the pictures. I was like, I think this is that one book that I have, the Stitch Dictionary.
Okay, it could be,
but it's possible. It's possible that it's not, because I mean there's so many. But I like that one in particular, if it is that one, because it has stitch multiples.
Yes.
I don't like when they're just like, give me 18 stitches or 18 chains. I'm like, how do I make this a different size? like don't do that to me.
I don't like that. I don't like that when it's when a tutorial is that way too. I need the stitch multiple so that I can, if you're doing a stitch tutorial, that is, I need the stitch multiple. Like when I do that ripple foundation, so you can see it's like curving, but it's just multiples in there, and it's I show how you can do double crochet 2 together in a foundation, which like that one took me a little while to figure out, but I've never seen anybody else do it. As far as I know, I came up with that on my own.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody do what you came up with there. So
yeah, this makes me super happy to be able to find it, because I mean I like I mentioned, like I really like using foundation stitches as much as possible, because there's just so many benefits of it. As someone who is a big fan of foundation stitches,
yes,
maybe you can help me. Chris brought up something yesterday when we were talking about the because I used the foundation half double crochet or chainless foundation half double crochet for the base of the wrist portion. And Chris, correct me if I'm wrong with this, but Chris brought up some concerns about potentially it like losing elasticity over time and it not being as Chris might have to fill in the blanks because there's a way that he worded it that I don't quite remember, but had concerns about not about doing that over doing the chain. But have you experienced any downsides to doing foundation stitches over time or anything like that?
Let me see. So I made a ripple blanket for Boggy Creek, so a donation blanket. And when I originally measured my bottom chain, it was measuring smaller than it was by the next one. So it ended up stretching out more. But I know when Camille's done it, she has a problem with it shrinking things a little bit when she gets to the second row. So, yes, it can be an issue. Chris's concern is valid. I don't know about the overtime thing, but over some rows, it like kind of adjusts and it depends on your tension which way it's going to adjust. If it's going to shrink a little bit or stretch a little bit. I have loose tension, so mine ended up stretching a little bit. She has Camille has tighter tension, so hers ended up shrinking a little bit. So that is what I can say I know for foundations.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that because that's one of the things that I do like about foundation rows for myself is that I can actually get an accurate size of what my project's going to be.
So you have really consistent tension is what that tells me.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But like if I did a chain and then I went and I worked up, like my chain would be way too tight. Not way too, it'd be too tight. And so, let's say it was making like a rectangle, like it would go before it leveled out eventually. So my chain's always, because it just doesn't have any elasticity. Right. And I've never done any of the tricks of like, using a larger hook or anything like that because I'm actually just truly lazy.
So I will, the reason I do foundations is because for me to be able to get back into the chain, I tend to have to chain and like be that big. So like obviously the 9 millimeters exaggerated, but I pinch that so that I can actually find the freaking back bump or just even find the chain. So yes, I agree. I don't like getting back into the chain. I don't like to do it if I have to. But as far as over time, let's see. Did I do a foundation on this one? Let's look.
Okay, Chris said it right here. Oh, that yarn is gorgeous.
Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this.
Is that mandala?
I love this yarn. It is Roll With It Sparkle.
Oh, gorgeous.
It's called Kaleidoscope. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so Chris said edgeware maybe by being thinner on the edge and also that one thread running through would kind of be tight. Just feels to me that if the edge gets lots of wear being on the hand.
Let me actually address this. I know exactly what he
said. His concern was taking the glove on and off. The edge might be stiff and break. And we talked about it a little bit how because I was like, in my mind, a foundation row is almost equivalent to a chain and then doing the stitch because you're just changing the timing of when you do the chain and the stitch because you're inserting the chain in between,
So I'm going to show it. The opposite is true, Chris. It's actually thicker because you get two loops on the bottom here. If I'm going in, let me do a couple so you can really see.
So happy. I just needed a pro. I was trying to answer this. I just needed a pro.
just because I've been doing them for a while, and
Mhm.
I haven't. Again, it's a structure thing, and I've been figuring out things. Oh, how can I do this as a foundation? And why does the edge look so much cleaner? Okay, so I pulled through and I made that chain. Now I'm going to make a single. I'm just going to do a single because that's quick and easy. Okay, so I go under the 2 loops. The back bump is technically right here. And this is my V-stitch. This would be like my chain right here. Can you see that?
I made you a little bit larger.
This
So
dark green might be, do I have something that might be better? Okay, which is easier to see? The red or the green? Probably the red. No, maybe not.
personally, the green's a little bit easier for me,
I say
but
the red is like too intense, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So let me show you. So did I forget to do my chain? I sure did. Okay, go under, pull through 1, and that makes a chain. And then I'm going to show you this structure real quick, and then I'm going to show you a chain with some singles in it. And I'm going to show you that you actually, by making sure you get under 2 loops, you have 2 loops along the edge, the bottom edge, as opposed to when you do a chain, you might only have 1 depending on how you're setting it up. So, okay. So I'm going to show you, this is with a foundation single crochet. I'm going to hold it up tight, up close, so you can see those V's. That's the bottom. That's the bottom where you can see like those chains that I created. Then when we're over on the top, that looks more like your normal V's, but you can see that's pretty close. But there are 2 loops down at the bottom. Now, if I chain, let's just chain like 5 or 6. And I switch to my 6.5. This is actually a Tunisian, but with the cable. So it's basically a crochet hook. It's fine. It's all the same, right?
Just grab what you can.
Yeah, I have like, you pick a size, but I just didn't want to do the 9 because it would be hard to see. It would actually it would be an unrealistic comparison. Okay,
Yeah.
1,
Hey, Helix.
3,
Welcome in.
4.
Lori's
Hi,
teaching
Lexi.
us everything we need to know about foundation rows,
6, 7,
giving us a good education.
9, 10. Okay, so I'm going to do 10, but then that would be, I'm going to do 1 more. So I'm going to have actually 10 stitches. So if I come over into this back bump, which isn't the easiest thing in the world, I do get the 2 stitches along the bottom. And that's why some people do it that way. So I'm going to do the back bump so you can kind of see the difference. So Lexi, that's Helix. What I'm showing is the difference between a foundation, single crochet row, and a chain, and then your single crochets. I personally tend to have to stretch my stitch so that it doesn't curve like it just was. I don't know if you saw that. And the only way these are structurally the same is going in this back bump. If you have tight tension at all, getting the back bump can be a nightmare. But it's the only way that this structure ends up the same. Here, I'll show you. Pull out a little bit. Okay. So now that's the bottom. That's the bottom, these V's. And then this is the top. So you can see now they look pretty structurally the same. But if you're not doing back bumps, you don't have these nice V's along the bottom. But the foundation will always have that. Now, sometimes I'll be honest, what I have to watch myself with on the foundation is to not get it twisted.
Interesting.
So, and I'll show you how that happens. Let me show you how that happens.
So Chris said, I was just concerned if you worked from the fingers down, the different edge would actually be on the top edge.
No, yeah, not if you're, yes, I left Camille running. Oh, she's on again? Is she on again? Oh, I didn't realize.
I have no idea.
Okay.
There's so many people on.
Yeah, I didn't
It's
realize.
hard to find like
I went and
empty
looked
spots.
before I came on with Ian. That's all right. It's all right. Okay, let me go. So to try to address Chris's question. Oh, I need to do this as a foundation. So let me show you how you can end up with a twisted stitch. So I pull through. When I pull through this first one, that's not going to be a problem. But I have to pinch that stitch to make sure that the two are there. So I make sure my hook goes under those two loops and pull through.
Mhm.
And then pull through one. Now, how do you get a twisted one? I will show you. If you, instead of going through those bottom two, okay, those two, if you go through these two, which is technically the back bump, and then do it, it twists that V.
Mm.
So it's very important if you're going to do a foundation and you want it to look like you want it to look, you go underneath and you make sure you're underneath these two so that that V is laying flat across your hook. And then you pull your yarn through, because you do not want that back bump loop, because that's really what that is. Otherwise your stitch will twist. So there you go. These are things I learned and figured out.
Mm-hmm.
And I tend to have to kind of pull that apart or pinch it so that I make sure that I can get in underneath those two and leave that third one there. Because I know when I was first learning, I was constantly doing that and going under those two.
Mm-hmm.
I know. There you go. My phone comes through.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm fine.
my phone is a champ. If you didn't know, that's what my phone says, and it has some impeccable timing sometimes.
Yeah.
So yes, Chris, for a long time I was getting twisted stitches on the bottom, and I'm like, well, it's fine. It looks fine. It didn't look the same. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you asked the questions, because that is something, again, I've never seen anybody talk about that. I just learned that from my own experience. It's not
Mm-hmm.
to say that somebody hasn't talked about it. I just didn't.
Yeah. I know that when I started doing foundation stitches, it was I mean I made probably a million, and not exaggerating shit at all, but incorrect
Yeah.
foundation stitches, because
Yeah.
it's getting in the right spot, going through both of the correct loops like you're
Yes.
talking about is
Yes.
so important. And then also getting kind of turned around, because for me, I
Yeah.
have such a like a I guess my understanding
Yeah.
of how we're making things when we're going from making the what will ultimately be a horizontal piece. We're
Yes.
working it vertically and stacking it on each other, and then we're going to be turning on its side. And how is that going to be?
Right. But you see
How
that
is that
how I'm
going?
holding that. My work is going down, not
Mm-hmm.
back.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing it in the chain, your work is going this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's what you're saying. And
Mm-hmm.
that is a little strange, learning to work vertically.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying, was it Sam by Hook or by Needles? I think it was her. I think she was saying that she always works vertically throughout her projects. And I'm like, I don't think I do that. I don't think I do.
Yeah. My brain goes for the path of least resistance,
Yes.
which, because if I don't, who knows what's gonna happen
Right.
there. But uh,
Yeah, I'll
just
show
gonna
that again.
work on this guy.
I'll show it doing it wrong again. Because yeah, see how that pulls that over on top, and it kind of twists that stitch because I went in the wrong loops. So just make sure you're in the two bottom loops, and see I went in the wrong loops again because I did it there. So you want to make sure you're in the bottom two. But yeah, So there you go. Lots of foundation stuff. No, hours ago. Oh, she just ended. Oh, hours ago. Oh, got it. Got it. Thanks, Lexi. Yes, I thought I had made sure she was done before I popped over into Ian's. I thought Nightbot was propositioning you there, Ian.
Well, you never know. I mean, honestly, Nightbot is the most unreliable tool that
It's an
I've
interesting
experienced.
tool. Yeah, it's a very interesting tool.
Because, like, I still, like, don't understand why, like, it's just so inconsistent for me. I don't know if it's as inconsistent for other people if they experience the same stuff, but
It depends. I'll be honest. Which platform am I using? A
really
Streamlabs. It works better. If I'm using YouTube, most of the time it works better. Restream and StreamYard both. My Nightbot was more inconsistent.
interesting.
So,
I
and
would
I
not
don't know.
have put that together.
Yeah, I think because Streamlabs uses the OBS, which I don't remember what that stands for, but
I've used OBS. I didn't realize it automatically used it. I've used it as a separate tool when I did like the music. It's that one music uh, thing that we tried here before the video got taken down. Um, but there's a tool you can use in Nightbot where it will play, like, people can request songs and it'll set up a queue and you can play it through your stream, which is super cool.
yes,
And you can take music off if it's like not appropriate or like you don't like it or whatever. And it works well if you're doing stuff on like Twitch
okay,
because Twitch doesn't have that same the same uh, requirements surrounding copywritten
got it.
material. As long as you don't, because you don't like save stuff there. I think it's like held there temporarily and then it's gone. Um,
Got it. Sort of like Snapchat, so to speak.
uh, a little bit longer, but yeah, it's
Right.
like it's not. Um, but what apparently most people do is they'll do something like that. So they'll have music playing during their stream, and then they'll record two separate audio feed. So there's one audio feed from your laptop or like your
Oh,
whatever that's playing music from the Nightbot. And so it records that separately so that you can take that out and then you can put just your recording of you talking or and playing the game or whatever onto YouTube or another platform.
that's cool.
um, yeah, it's really cool, and it was so fun doing it. But then, of course, uh, YouTube found me and was like, "Stop doing this," to put the video down. Um, but yeah, that would be fun to do again. I don't, I don't mind Twitch as a platform, but I don't really have anyone there, so I just
Right.
just it's hard enough to build up a base on
Right. One audience is hard
with
enough.
one. Yeah. I don't know if this is what I'm working on is gonna work. I have a lot of doubts about it, but I was like, I'll just color this in
Yes, you
while
can.
we're hanging out. I'm really not great at people and faces, but
Oh, yeah, no, I don't do. Let's see what painting do I have right here? So I have this painting right here. That's not people or faces at all. It's on a wine bottle.
that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, I like to paint. I like the Van Gogh style. The
Hmm.
with that with this the way with the strokes.
Yeah.
Um, I like painting on alternate media.
Hmm.
I'll show you my favorite. I have to pull it down though. Styrofoam head went crashing down. I call this. Can you see that?
I
I call
see the head. Hmm.
yes. Can you see that? I
Yes.
call I call her Chanel Chanel.
Penelope Cruz.
Yes, there you go, Penelope Cruz. Well, she did just go take a cruise right off the top. But I have her on top of this. This is a paper mache pumpkin that I painted.
Oh, oh, I
So it's
love
a
it. Huh.
combination of um, sunflowers and
Mhm.
Starry Night because
Oh
I
my
love
gosh,
I love the Van Gogh style.
that's beautiful.
So this is
Yeah,
like one of my very, very favorite paintings that I've done. And it was
a
an
cr-
art Sherpa. She passed about a year ago, but her family still posts tutorials. But it was her. She was obviously painting on a canvas, but it was her tutorial that I put it on this paper mache pumpkin.
I love that. That's so
Mm.
great.
Yeah, I don't do things the normal way, like almost ever. Yes, I
Yeah,
do paint on canvas sometimes, but I like doing, and it seems like you're this way too. You want to do things you in your own unique way, um,
yes.
as
Or
much as
I,
you can.
for me, I don't even know. I think my brain's constantly on like mashup mode. It's
Okay.
like it's constantly like, okay, you learn this, and this is so cool, and like, but you also know this, and how can we combine them and make them into something extra cool? So it's because I I know for me something I've never been particularly good at is um, taking what someone else has done and mirroring it like one
Oh,
to
okay.
one. Like if someone's like copy this painting or whatever,
Oh, got it. Yes.
so I'm like, well, how can I do it but on something different? So the differences that I have are okay because it's a different medium or something like that. Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous.
So this is a combination of three different patterns.
Hmm.
So this I was doing something called texture is everything, but I was reducing the size because they were doing like a full size, like big square, and I wanted it baby size. And by the time I got here, I was like, I am either going to frog this or I need to do something different. I was this close to frogging it. And then I posted it on VJ's Whip It Wednesday or whatever. And she said, no, don't pull it out. Just change the stitch. And I'm like, thank you. You saved me. And so this section is just vintage crochet. She does a 1 hour scarf with bulky yarn,
Mm.
and that's the pattern. So I did that pattern repeat.
Hmm.
This, I was trying to do something very different than it came out. I love the way that ridge came out. Can you see the dimension there?
Oh yeah, is
So
that
it's
third loop?
very raised. Um, it's not what I meant to do, but and I didn't write it down, of course, because why would I do that?
Yeah, who does that?
And then this is trees. It's going to be trees. This is a fiber spider. Um,
Love fiber spider.
yeah, so it's a fillet tessellated trees, but since it's for a baby, I'm doing popcorns instead of the chain one, skip one. I do a
Mm.
popcorn there to give it more texture. So it's gonna have trees all the way around the edge. But yes, it's this yarn is amazing. I don't know. Did you get a hold of any of the Big Twist Menagerie when it was available?
Um, it's sounding very familiar, but no. I did not. I did
No.
not. I remember people talking about it, and I looked
Yeah.
at the yarn, and I was like, "It's beautiful," and then joked about the name, and yeah, that's as far as I went with
Yeah.
it. It's still very beautiful, though.
Right. Well, it's very confusing because your brain is like, this is a cotton blend. But no, it's 100% acrylic. But in
Wow.
working with it, it feels like a cotton blend. It's
Hmm.
so you could definitely make a wearable, but you'd have to be conscious that it is acrylic and is not going to breathe the same. But yeah, I like to take, so you talk about mashups. I like to take multiple patterns and shove them together. And then, like
Hmm.
I said, this wasn't intentional that this was my own part of it, but I love it. And I'm hoping I can figure out how to do it, and I'll do that as my very last edge.
Oh,
Because
I like it. It reminds me a little, I mean, just from what I see of
yeah,
it reminds me a little bit of, because I'm working on a mandala blanket, or was
yeah,
working, I still have that. And
yeah,
I was working in the third loop quite a
yeah.
bit,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and how it turns up the stitch towards you, which just like, I had never worked in the third loop before. And I just like, I became a new person after starting to work on that. Like it's so beautiful, and
yeah,
it's such a wonderful blanket design, that I'm working on. Uh, but like, yeah, we're working in the third loop, just like how it creates texture, because I'm obsessed with texture, in stitches. It's just something that makes something look so like unique, and creates such a visual interest. Um, so yeah, that whole blanket is just like an eye-gasm.
yeah. Gotcha.
I guess I
Yeah,
don't know any other way to put that. But because of the change in color, but it's not too much where you can't do texture with it. Sometimes if it's too variegated, texture is just gonna, be kind of lost in the sauce. So
yeah, yes, exactly. It's now this blanket. If I was following the instructions, it's like I said, it's called Texture is Everything. It was a crochet along. If I was doing it with her stitch count and whatever, it would be more like the mandala. But it made it because I was shrinking everything down. It's like it's kind of tight in the center, which I like. I like.
mhm.
And then this opened it up a bunch. And then this will be tons of texture too. So I don't know. I don't know. The mandala, I have not attempted a mandala, whatever, however you say it.
I have no idea. I
I
think we're all trying to figure it out.
attempted that yet. But
Yeah,
Blair, who was in here earlier, she had me pattern test this. I don't know if you saw this mini loaf. She wrote the pattern. She's so young, and she wrote the pattern for this little mini loaf.
I did see that on your page,
Yeah,
or your channel. So
yeah.
cute.
It came out so cute. It was so nice that I had the pink nose and the yellow eyes.
Hmm. Yeah, my brain
But
immediately was like, Scotty would eat this, and he doesn't even eat toys. But I was like, I don't know. He just looks
yeah,
like
and
biteable.
his friend, right? It needs to be
Mhm.
Scotty's baby. So when I just need to give her some pattern writing notes, because again, she's extraordinarily young. Um, I'm so impressed that she could write a pattern at all. I definitely couldn't have written a pattern when I was that age. I don't think my grandma could have written a pattern, and she was very, very good at knitting and crocheting.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
I know. A little sneak peek, I guess, or just reference to us talking earlier. But I know
Yeah.
you asked me about pattern writing.
Oh yeah,
Is
yeah, yeah.
that something that you want to do more, or like, you have you dabbled? Have you, like, where's
I
your?
have not formally like written a pattern. Um, I've done the graphs. So if I can figure out how to write those as patterns, I will.
Hmm.
Like, and centro patterns are really do this many rows, right?
Hmm.
For the most part. Like, I
Although,
don't
yeah,
know
I
in
find this
detail.
a little bit difficult occasionally too, because it's like,
Yeah.
because for me, and I don't know how you feel about it, but centro patterns, it is like, a little prescriptive of like, do this many rows, do this many rows, this many
Right.
rows. But
Right.
if you're designing something that's a little weird shaped, then the stylizing is really, and like how you sew it and all that stuff is really important, right? And
Oh, yeah.
describing that to me is like, I don't know, it's
Right.
overwhelming.
Like, this is why, like doing an amigurumi, I wouldn't even try. I don't know. I am going to be creating a pattern using that turtle stitch in January. That is my completely my own design. Whether I actually formally write it up, I don't know. I don't know if I will. I was just giving
Hmm.
people something pretty to look at there. Lexi's laughing. What's Lexi laughing at? Yep.
The kitty looking biteable. It really just
Yeah.
does look like a candy to me, like a hard candy or like
Oh,
a
totally.
some kind of candy to me.
Totally. And like it could be a good little stress toy, right? 'Cause it's
Mhm.
that size. I have excessively small hands. I don't know if that's super obvious on the screen or not, but yes, I have children's hands.
Same.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, our
When
hands
when she did the knuckle tattoos when we were looking at them, she's like, I don't know if I can get them small enough to like fit on your fingers. And I was like, wait, what? Please. So
Yeah, it's so
luckily,
funny how you don't
basically these are like the only ones that would fit on my fingers, anyways.
gotcha.
But even then, because she was like, we can do some lines and some stars, and I was like, that's not all I want. Um, but yeah, we managed to figure out some that would work, but it was tricky because I wanted something a little bit bigger, but it worked out. They're on me now. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, no, they're good. They're good, and they're nicely done. So
Yeah, they need some touch up. She was like in training, so they were like discounted so that she could get practice.
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, so none of them are bad. The only thing is like that some of them need a touch up just because she went a little light on them, which is the best problem to have with a tattoo that needs a touch up is like, okay, we didn't put enough ink in before, so we need
Mm.
to put some in. So you're making me feel
Well,
gigantic.
Lexi, you are taller than
Lexi's
both
looking
of
at her
us.
knuckles.
You're 5'7" or 5'8"? Lexi's taller than both of us, right? You're
Yeah.
not that tall, right? Ian, you're
Oh,
not 5.
I'm 5'2".
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I thought you were, and I'm 5'5" almost. Um,
Yeah,
so
I am very close to the ground.
yeah, the 5'2", that's so I have one daughter that's 5'2" and a little bit, and one daughter that will tell you she's 5 foot and a quarter inch because the quarter inch matters when you're 5 foot.
Oh
So
yeah, you got to get everything you can.
so I got shorties, but that's because my first husband was barely taller than me. So
Yeah, my ex when we would like one time we were talking about who was taller because we were both 5'2",
oh,
and
okay.
like we were both like back to back at the doctor's office like getting measured officially, and she had like half an inch on me, and she was like ha ha ha, and I was like oh whatever.
That's
But
so
yeah,
funny.
I'm the shortest of my siblings, and I have just under 5'8", says Lexi. I fall hard.
That's what I
Um,
that's yeah. That's what I thought. I thought you were noticeably taller. 5'8" is a noticeably taller woman. And I have disproportionately small hands and small feet. I'm borderline tiny hands. Everybody used to call me tiny hands after that SNL thing because
oh
yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
the little just whoop.
And it was
Yeah.
always so funny when I'd be teaching and I talk with my hands a lot. I'd be
Mhm.
teaching, and then all of a sudden, a student who, like, this could be months into the school year, they go, wow, you have really small hands. I'm like,
And then it
okay,
becomes a huge thing,
all
I'm sure.
right. High school students are hilarious.
Yeah, yeah, for me it was always I had really thin like skinny fingers.
Oh
So
yeah,
I have tiny hands and I have really thin fingers. So it would be like, oh, you should play the piano because your fingers are like an eighth of the size of a key or something.
I can't reach an octave. That's why I stopped playing.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like I can, just only because my fingers are so skinny.
And
But I
mine are
really
not.
can.
Mine are short
Yeah,
and snappy.
yeah. Like I play the guitar, but I'm not great because there's a lot of things I just can't reach because I'm so
Yep.
small. Unless I
My
play like a kid's guitar.
Yep, my 5 foot daughter. That's yep. She went to the ukulele for that reason. But
Ooh, smart.
yeah, she got her foundation from the playing. She had a couple guitar lessons, like literally a couple. I think we had 4 sessions, like at a rec center, like very basic, and that was enough for her that to then self teach ukulele.
Oh wow, that's cool.
She's very talented. She's very musically talented. My dad's side of the family is very musically talented. Um, he had my dad had an uncle who, like, you know how you hold the guitar like this, right? Like where this is what you're strumming with. I know it's backwards, but where is it? And you kind of hold it under like this, right? And that's where you hold your strings, right?
Mm-hmm.
His uncle played it like this.
Wow.
And I'm like, that is crazy. It was completely upside down. And that's how he played. It was, yeah, so interesting. But yeah, families are interesting.
Mm-hmm. Families are interesting, that's for sure.
And genetics, on my mom's side of the family, I am literally the shortest person, but genetically related. Okay. The shortest person
Mm-hmm.
on my
Yeah.
entire mother's side of the family. I am
Luckily for
taller than
me.
nearly every woman on my dad's side of the family.
Oh, nice.
Go figure. My sister's, I think she's 2 inches taller than me, and she has normal proportional hands and feet. It's my dad. My dad has short, stocky hands like this, but bigger, obviously, because he's 6 foot. So,
Yeah.
but
Lexi says my wedding ring is a loose 10.
okay, I
Yeah.
think
Mine was a 5.
mine's a 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a 6. It's a 5.5 or a 6. I can't remember. I cannot remember. Yeah. I don't know. Again, usually somebody like my daughter's ring is smaller. I think my daughter, the 5 foot daughter, I think her ring is because her feet are slightly smaller than mine. But again, my feet should be significantly larger than her, given that I'm 5 inches taller than her.
Yeah. Who
It's
knows?
anyway. Genetics is weird. That's just
There's
where
no
we're
rules. There's no rules. We're just
right.
genetic soup.
We are, and you're like talking about two people's soups coming together to make one
Ew.
human. You can like the number. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. I apologize because gross.
No, that's
Um,
fine.
but the amount of combinations. We'll go back to math because we love it.
Hmm.
The amount of combinations that you can get with, the sections of the DNA from those two people it's wild.
Hmm. And that's if nothing goes haywire,
Right.
right? Because
Right.
like
No
you add in
mutation.
like all of
Right.
the just things that can actually just go off of like no one's DNA.
Right.
Um,
Like red
come
hair
from
can be that
mhm,
way.
come from 5'3" and 6'3".
Oh yeah. So you got more
Mm-hmm.
of the 6'3" genetics.
Hmm. Yeah, my mom is luckily shorter than me, so I at least have that. I think my mom is 5'1" or
Okay.
5'1". So
Yeah.
at least I'm like, okay, I have like a little bit of height. I'm not like the shortest shorty in the
Yeah, I was
bunch.
shorter. I was shorter than my mom by at least an inch, maybe an inch and a half. And it's weird because again, it's my sister's genes she took after my mom's side of the family, and I took more after my dad's side of the family. But then when I realized that most of the women were significantly shorter, I think my great grandma was 4'9", and my grandma was 4'10" on my dad's side. So
Hmm.
the other extreme. Yeah, it's hard to know, Lexi, how tall your girls are going to be. It's very
He is
unknown.
half an inch shorter than me. His dad, my height, 5 foot flat. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. So I know that. So this is something I found out about my like lineage like much later in my life, but because I had always been told that I had um, indigenous blood in me,
Oh,
but like I was kind of like everyone is told that, so I didn't really take it because and like it was just kind of like left at that for most of my life. So I just was like, okay, sure. But like, I wasn't going around like telling, you know, everyone
right.
that I did. And but I found out later in life that so my great great grandmother was 100% Comanche,
Mm.
and my mom estimates because like she was like young when she knew her, but was like probably like 8'9" and
Mm.
like hair like down to the
Mhm.
ground.
Mhm.
Um, and so she like very, very short jeans that like I think that that's like what got passed. And like no one in my family is particularly tall, but like the really short jeans, I think that's what kind of what got pulled through. So I like to think that I'm just keeping those genes alive.
There you go. There you go. I did an ancestry DNA, and
Hmm.
I do not have any, not even a little tiny bit of indigenous persons. It's pretty much Northwest Europe, pretty much 100%. And that's crazy because my mom's side of the family has been traced back to being in the United States since 1620.
Wow.
So, like, how in that many centuries, not decades, centuries, was there never? It's wild to me, like that
Yeah.
there was no crossover. Like that's wild.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's one of those things when the more you think about it, the more you're like, it's good that there wasn't crossover. If
Well,
you know what I mean?
yes, correct.
Um,
Yes, because
but
there's
but I
other indications there.
yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, I haven't done one of those because I've from the beginning of them, and like I have some family that might fall into the conspiracy theorist category, and I try to stay out of that
Got it.
category as much as possible. But something never sat right with me sending my DNA to a
Mm,
company that could
mm,
sell it.
mm,
Because from the beginning they were always they were fairly transparent, in my opinion, about the fact that
mhm,
they could do whatever they wanted to with
mhm,
your
mhm, mhm.
genetic code once they got it.
Well,
And
yeah.
like, so I was just like, you know what, this just doesn't feel right to me. And I've never done it. And I don't know if anyone um, in my uh, in my family has done it. But I've done the ancestry where like they just look at family trees and stuff
Right.
like that. Um, and so that's been cool because like a lot of it is they look at census data, they look at um, birth records, death records, stuff like that. So it's all just paperwork. Follow the paperwork.
Right.
And so with that, I've been able to see like different like
Oh, yeah.
gravestones and stuff that
Yes, with doing the
belong to family
tree
members.
is like that is just I would almost say more valuable.
Hmm.
The tree, you're gonna get so much more information. Like I found like on my dad's side, somebody came well, my dad's line, so the name, my maiden name that I'm not gonna say, um,
Hmm.
because, those are things you don't say out on the public streets. Um, but, that line, he came over on a prison boat because he had stolen a suit in Wales.
Wow.
And when you're looking at that documentation, like you were talking about, it was fascinating because in that record, it was like 7, um, their sentences were either 7 years or life. But if you're coming over on a prison boat from Wales, isn't that a life sentence in the US or whatever it was called, the colonies, I guess, at that time? No,
Yeah.
US would have been 1800s. He was 1800s, so it
I,
was the
I
US.
guess that depends on your point of view, right?
Right? But you can't,
Yeah.
it's not like you're gonna be able to get back,
No.
right?
No. Yeah. Wow, that's insane. Yeah, for me, like, I was able to look at it with my dad, and because his mom was Polish and his
Okay.
grandfather was Slovakian.
Okay.
But also, so like, because um, so he was Slovakian and then had lived through the um, the both the formation and dissolving of Czechoslovakia,
Oh, Czechoslovakia. Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
then they were in Poland, and like so all of that like coming. and like that was really cool to like look through that with my dad because he actually knew him, um, and to see his like immigration into the U.S. Um, and able to see how that worked. So that was really cool. But that's pretty much as far as I have gone
I think the
into it.
trees are great. I think the trees are great. I think you can find just as much information, and all my ancestry did was tell me that I am white AF. Um, that's really what it was. It was like white, white, and more white. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous, actually.
Yeah. Lexi says, "Okay, we have pictures of Chief Kirkland, an English name, of course. My grandmother was his granddaughter. Oh, that's
Oh,
so
okay.
cool.
Okay.
That's so cool.
So that's great, great. That's your great, great, great. How many greats? Hold on.
It's really great.
Yes, exactly. I think that's a double great. No, triple great, right? Because my granddaughter is my dad's great great granddaughter. So I think it's one more. I think it's three greats. Great 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 grandfather. That's cool. Well, I mean,
Mhm.
depending. I mean, was if that was cool or not. I don't know. What tribe is
Yeah.
that? My dad's youngest sister. He's one of five. My dad's youngest sister married a man who is half Sioux and half Cheyenne,
Hmm.
and his mom. So my uncle-in-laws will call it. I mean, it's you'd normally just say uncle, but just to be very clear relationally, my uncle-in-law's mother made leather dolls for us, and then her hair is actually the hair on the dolls.
Hmm.
So I keep those
That's so cool.
in a cedar chest and sealed up so they stay preserved and good. But like, because that's what you did. You
Hmm.
used what you had, and why put something fake on there, right?
Yeah.
When you're using natural the leather, which is natural. And
Yeah.
anyway,
And
it's interesting.
yeah, and everything is sacred, especially
Yes,
someone's hair.
yes,
To be able to have someone's hair is a divine thing,
yes.
in so many tribes. So that's so special that
Yeah,
you have them.
absolutely, absolutely. That's why they're taken care of in a whole different way. We were never allowed to play with them, and I'm grateful to my mother for doing that,
Hmm.
making sure that we didn't play with them like toys, because they it wasn't. It was something more special than that. Ooh.
I
It's
kind of
just
hate what I did with this hair, but okay.
oh, not liking the hair.
No,
I don't draw. Like I said, I don't do people really.
I had this. So I watched 13 Ghosts the other day, and I really like that movie a lot. And Cherokee in the Smoky Mountains. Oh, very nice.
Oh, Cherokee.
Um, um, and I, but I watched 13 Ghosts, and like, so there's a bunch of different ghosts that kind of represent these different types of souls. And so I was like, oh, it'd be cool to do like little tiny postcard size of each different ghost. And when I started on the first one, I was like, I can't draw people.
I cannot place
So
this. Which movie is this?
this is 13 Ghosts.
13
It's,
Ghosts. That's the part I missed. I missed the 13. Okay.
yeah. And it's got Matthew Lillard in it, who I just have
Okay.
like this like mega crush on. But it's a great premise for a horror movie, and it's silly and you know scary and all those things.
As if
You
it's
love that
silly
movie
enough,
too.
I can handle the scary, but it has to be pretty silly for me to do the scary. I'm pretty, like, I would call it hypersensitive to
Yeah,
horror.
I think that this particular movie, like even so, hey Robert, for me, like I've always had a hard time with scary movies until very recently that I'm pushing myself to watch more.
Oh, got it.
Um, but this movie, it was so visually entertaining and interesting to watch. Um, I like this was one of the movies that I would push past being scared of it
Got it.
because of it. So, uh, there are other movies that I definitely wouldn't have done that for, but this is one of the very few. So, and especially if you like Lexi likes Matthew Lillard too. He was here at LA Comic Con, but I didn't wait around to see him because I just don't do crowds and
Well,
I
and
don't.
that doesn't it cost extra money to actually meet them and that sort of.
So you can pay for a meet and greet. He was doing a panel,
Oh, a
so
panel. Okay.
and LA Comic Con, unlike some of the other ones that are bigger,
Yeah.
they just kind of have it in like they have their big setup for like where all of the or a lot of the people are selling stuff, and then they have a stage in the back where they have some seating, and then you can stand up to watch people do the panels. Whereas other like New York Comic Con or San Diego, you have to like wait in line, and like people will camp out to like go see them.
So I did you watch the show Stranger Things at all?
I watched seasons 1 and 2. I want
Yep,
to
yep.
finish it, but I haven't finished it.
Same
So.
as me. Well, me and my daughter, so they had this thing with the Denver Comic Con where teachers could go free on the Monday because it was at that particular year it was Memorial Day was the Monday part of the Comic Con. I
Cool.
can't remember what they call it now, but they really wanted to promote the educational pieces of what they had to offer there at Comic Con, like with the
Hmm.
panels and stuff, like learn how to write, learn how to like. But we got to do. I we happened into, and this was a line because it was in a big auditorium. Millie, what's her name?
Millie
The
Bobby Brown.
woman. Yes, her.
Mhm.
She was doing the panel, and I was like, I cannot believe this 13 or 14-year-old girl at the time. She was so composed, and she has a bit of a British accent. I think it's British.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and obviously not on the show, but she was so mature.
Hmm.
And but that's the only one we like stood in line, and it's only because the timing was good. It's not like it was a crazy crowded line. It wasn't like people desperately getting in kind of situation. I think it was early. I think it was just after the first season, honestly.
Hmm.
I don't even think it was into the second season yet. So I think had it been a year later or even 2 years later, we would have had more of the pressing crowds. That's not fun. I didn't enjoy, yeah, the crowded part for sure is not fun.
Yeah, it's like and there's so much to do it at those conventions. There's so much like to take in, and if that's what you want to go to, and spending the time there is important to you, then like by all means. But for me, it's like you know what? I'd rather just kind of like take in a little bit of everything than try to take in all of one or two things. Like,
Yes.
those tickets aren't cheap. I mean, yours was,
Yes.
but like, but your time's not cheap. That's valuable too. And there's all these things you can experience, like waiting in line for 8 hours,
Yeah.
to go see someone talk for 30 minutes. It's just like, I don't really want to do that.
Right.
But to each their own. That's why there's a little bit of something for everyone.
Yeah, and some of the smaller panels with like the authors and stuff, that was really fun. And then we were in, what was the other panel we were in? Somebody from one of the Star Treks, one of the writers from one of the Star Treks, not like Next Gen or anything, but
Hmm.
one of the
That's
later
cool.
iterations. It was, yeah. It was just interesting hearing the writer's perspective.
I've been trying to. I haven't watched Star Trek in a little bit. I got Paramount Plus through Walmart Plus,
Oh
and
yeah, you were
so
saying that. Yeah.
and I started watching Discovery again, and I only got like 3 episodes in because I was like, do I want to do like? I was kind of like, do I want to do this? Do I want to do original series? Like it's so hard. There's so much Star Trek now.
Oh
I
my
know
god.
you're a Trekkie, and so
Yeah.
it's like there's so much Star Trek. If you want to start watching it all over again, how do you do it?
Yeah.
And
I
like I get a little overwhelmed. Actually, I get really overwhelmed.
I watched a little bit of Picard, and then I went to Lower Decks because my youngest daughter is also a Trekkie, and her husband's a Trekkie, and like they said you need to watch Lower Decks, and I'm like, heck yeah, I'm gonna watch Lower
I
Decks.
I really want to watch that.
It's so
I'm
funny.
trying to rewatch Bob's Burgers right now because that is such an
Love Bob's
excellent
Burgers.
show.
I love. Oh, that's who it was. We got to see one of the writers from Bob's Burgers. That's who it
That's
was.
so cool. That's so
Yes.
cool.
Yes, that's who it was. And we were like, yeah. And then we were having a conversation outside before we went in about how it's one of the best written shows on TV, like at that time, especially. Like
Yes.
to compare it to anything, it's not like Family Guy. It's so well written. It's so relatable. I love Bob's Burgers.
It's
Love
good.
it.
Yeah, it's like I don't laugh like that at any other
Yes.
show. I
Yes.
don't. It's so good.
Yeah. Now
And yeah.
Lower
So
Decks is a little darker, a little edgier.
yeah. Well, that's
But
good. I think I know that from what I understand, it's a comedic show,
yes.
but it
Yes.
also is like it still has like Star Trek to it, which
Right.
there's always going to be some weight and some gravitas or whatever to a Star
Yeah.
Trek
They're always gonna be
show.
making a statement or teaching a lesson or showing something about our culture or whatever. Yeah. That's is all the
Mhm.
Star Treks do it. That's a
Yeah,
Gene Roddenberry philosophy, I think.
yeah. I mean, even just watching from the original series
Yes.
and knowing different fun like facts about Star Trek. It's so easy to figure out from like almost the second or third episode that their priorities are to show different people. I mean, even like the second episode, because the pilot is obviously its own kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Because you have Pike. But the moment that you go in with the second episode and they have Uhura and they have Spock and
Mhm.
they have
Chekhov.
George Takei and
Right.
Chekhov. It's like literally like they're immediately like we're
Yep.
leaving the past behind. Like
Yep.
that's
Yep.
not what we're about. And
We're
it's so
showing that the
beautiful.
future is diverse and that's how it should be.
Hmm. Yeah. And just like without like blinking, without flinching,
Yes.
I think it says a lot about what Star Trek's always been.
Yes.
Um, so yeah, I remember I had this cool conversation with my dad when I was recovering from my surgery
Yeah.
because we were, hey Bridget, welcome in. We were because like we were watching the this channel that was playing like Gunsmoke and like all of like the old shows. Um, Sorry if I made anyone feel bad by saying old so many times, but to me they're just but like most of them weren't even in color.
Right.
And so it's like to me that just puts them in a specific place and time. Um, but I was talking to my dad, and he was talking about how like this was like the only thing on. This came on and this came on at a scheduled time. You watched it or you didn't watch anything,
Right.
and then I was, because we were watching it, and at one point it went into color, and I was like, "Are you watching the same episode?" And it just went into color. Like, did it just pull like a whatchamacallit, a oh my gosh, Wizard of Oz on us. Like,
Oh,
he was like, no, it's a different episode. It's a totally different show. It was like, that was because it looks the same. It was another cowboy show. So I just assumed it was the same show. Um, and I was like, what was it like going from like this to Star Trek? And because like they were on like the same time, and we got to talk about it, and it was just this really special time of being able to communicate how how just like different, like the paradigm shifted of television and everything, because you went from, I mean, granted, I can understand, and if you watch the early Star Trek, you can see like a lot of it is like, we're going to an old Western time on Earth, you know?
right.
So it's not like, some of the episodes aren't that different than, a Gunsmoke episode or something. But they really tried to do something that was so different from what else was on.
Yes.
And to be able, because I never really, my dad's not a Trekkie, but he still watched Star Trek because
Sure.
everybody did. It's cool
Right.
because I just didn't really know that about him, and it was cool to talk to him about it.
Yeah, especially because he was seeing it in the moment. Like
Hmm.
when those kind of statements, like the first on-screen interracial kiss ever,
Oh,
like
yes,
that's a big freaking deal. Like like
crazy.
to experience that then, like now we wouldn't even think twice about it, right? But to
Hmm.
experience that then, it would be interesting to know how that felt, having never seen that before. She almost did not do the show, but
Hmm.
I can't, was it Takai that said, "Hey," I think it was George Takai that said, "Hey, the representation, people need to see people like themselves. It's really
I have
important."
chills all over my body. It was Martin Luther King Jr. who
Oh,
literally said, "Please don't
it
leave
was
this
in that
show.
film.
My
Okay.
kids love watching you, and you are the only Black woman who is on
Mhm.
TV who's not playing like a maid, basically."
Right.
And because she wanted to go sing,
Right.
and he was like, "Please don't." So, um,
It was
so
in the
yeah,
film. That's wild.
it's
Hmm.
wild. And so I don't know if have you ever seen Drunk History, the show
Yes,
Drunk
I
History?
have. I do watch that sometimes.
So they had a whole Star Trek episode, and they also had so they had a segment on Martin Luther King, and then talking to Nichelle Nichols,
Oh,
um,
nice.
and then they also had one where they were talking about the interracial kiss and
Yeah.
how William Shatner basically forced the network's hand to make it
Yes.
happen.
Yes.
Um, and it's just like it's so cool. Like everything about, like, I just geek out so hard when I think about it because like, it's just and something that, I know a lot of people talk about the original series and how groundbreaking it was, but like they never stopped doing stuff like
Correct.
that. Like I
Correct.
remember when Next Gen was on when I was a
Uh-huh.
kid, they were commercials where the cast was talking about AIDS.
Oh,
It's
really?
or like, I mean, I think I remember that. I
You
think
remember
I've
the
seen it more
episode
recently.
of Next Gen? It was dealing with gender identity.
I I think so. I remember like the gist of like something around it, but if you can find it for me, I
Yeah,
would I would
the
love to.
episode, it I wish I could tell you the name, but what the premise was they landed on a planet where it was against the rules or their culture to have a gender identity. So everyone was gender neutral. So if you started to, so they're making a statement, right? Because it's Star Trek. So they're
Yeah.
making a statement about it. Um, so if you started to identify or be more of one gender, they would um, they would send you to camps, and so you know what Next Gen was saying, right?
So I'm looking at, okay. So I just typed in Star Trek Next Generation, and as soon as I started typing like gender, it like
Yep.
immediately
Yep.
populated gender episode.
Yep.
So it says The Outcast, Star Trek Next Generation, In this
Okay.
episode, Riker, of course it's Riker,
Yeah.
falls in love with
Yep.
Soren, a
Of
member
course.
of an androgynous race which finds
Yes.
gender specificity
Yes.
specific sure
That word.
unacceptable. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they were showing, it's almost like that episode of Twilight. Sorry, Twilight Zone. Let's finish the whole title.
Yeah.
Twilight Zone, not the same. That episode of Twilight where she's getting a beautification surgery, and then they show her and they're like, and she's beautiful, and they say, oh, it didn't work, and then you see everybody else is like, looks what we would find unattractive. Twilight Zone made statements too, but it's very much like
Oh yeah.
that. They're showing the opposite to show, by oppressing somebody's choosing their gender identity, you're oppressing part of who they are. It's not to not allow somebody to identify however they identify is not okay. And that was holy mackerel a long time ago. What year was that episode? Do you still have it up?
Let's see. So I can look it up. Yeah, Twilight Zone was wild. That's like
Yeah, that's like yeah,
Twilight
that's forever ago. But
Zone.
the next gen episode, considering that they were addressing that issue so long ago.
Okay, so I have Twilight Zone, beautiful people, beautiful woman, beautiful in the eye of the beholder. Any of that sound?
I think
Maybe
it's
the
Eye of
Beholder?
the Beholder.
Yeah, okay, so Eye of the Beholder, 1959.
Yeah.
On this planet or wherever there is human life. Perhaps, okay, that's not particularly helpful.
What about?
IMDb.
Yeah, there you go. It should
Okay.
be a blonde woman. Is the
A young woman lying in a hospital bed, her head
Yep,
wrapped in
that's
bandages,
it. Yep.
awaits the outcome of a surgical procedure performed by the state in a last-ditch attempt to make her look "quote unquote" normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I follow a lot of disability. This is a kind of a slight aside, but it really still works with this. I follow a lot of disability advocates, and I've found out very recently about ugly laws, which I had never heard of in any
I've
kind
never
of
heard of
history
that.
lesson. So there used to be, and I think it's up until very recently, like 19. Let me double check before I put my foot in my mouth, but it's very recent. Ugly laws in America. Until the 1970s. The last one was in Chicago, 1974. So they basically had like daylight hours where people who were considered ugly, so had physical differences, that they could be out in public, and after that time they had to go inside. They had to hide themselves.
Okay, I'll be honest. I've been to Russia. It was in the 90s, and it was the only period of time it was safe to be there as an American, in my opinion. And that is how they still treat them.
Yeah,
There.
I believe it, and so these conversations about these conversations come up to not only remind people that these laws existed, but a lot of people who have like physical differences, they'll be like, they have these encounters with people who don't know that these existed, and they're saying things like just like if you don't want people to point out your differences, don't go outside. And it's like you're reinforcing all these beliefs that cause these things like ugly laws. And it's it's a dark mark on history in general and history in America,
Yeah.
that these existed, and that people were treated like this. But then there's so much in the realm of disability advocacy that just isn't talked about, that you know it's always just, the more I learn, the more insane it gets. Like it doesn't get easier; it just actually gets harder
Right.
and more unbelievable. and talking about accessibility and what that looks like, and
Right.
things like that, um, and all of the ways our lives have been improved by people who are disabled. They talk about the what are they called? What's it called?
The ADA.
The the ADA, obviously, but like at the end of a like if you're going into a crosswalk or something, you know how the corner dips down.
Yeah.
And so that was for disabled people, but everyone, benefits from it. People who are biking and
Yep.
skateboarding and
Yep.
using a trolley or something like that. People benefit from it. And audiobooks, that was invented for the
Yeah.
blind, and we're all, benefiting from it.
Right.
Um, Cutouts, thank you, Chris. I was like, what is the word? um, so it's been so interesting to do, and I just started learning sign language actually, and I'm super excited about it. But because most people think like, okay, well, if you don't know anyone who's deaf, like, what good is like sign language going to do? And I'm following this deaf creator who talks about all these reasons why it's helpful, and one of the things that I've recently found out about my ADHD is that I
Oh.
have audio processing disorder,
Oh,
where
interesting.
sometimes people will say stuff and I'm like, I have no idea what just happened. And it's not just that I can't pay attention, which is sometimes what's happening,
What could
but
trigger?
sometimes it's like I literally like it's like they're speaking another language to me, and I have them repeat it several times, and I'm still not any more clear. And so I started looking into, well, would sign language help me if someone was speaking with their hands and their mouth at the same time? And because you have two inputs of information that are the same, you can help your brain reconcile what you're getting with that. So that's why I started learning sign language.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, and so and then even some he made the point of like babies in sign language, which my
Yes.
older
Yeah.
sister
My
did with her
grandson.
kids. Yeah, and he was like, everyone has the right to be heard, even babies. And I was like,
Yep.
like I didn't think about it like that. I didn't think about it like, oh, it's not just easier for us, like it's easier for them to be able um to to communicate, because obviously they can move their hands and communicate before they can verbally communicate.
Right.
And because she did like the milk and the food
Right.
and the
Yeah.
you know uh,
And then the
okay,
more.
yeah.
Mhm.
Chris says, I guess a technical term is curb cut and curb ramp, but we call them cutouts in
Okay.
my disability circles.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've heard like a little bit of all of those, and yeah,
Lexi has
but
that
yeah.
audio processing disorder too. I've always said I have more, not what you're experiencing, but my auditory processing is nowhere near my visual or kinesthetic
Hmm.
processing. Like it is so much less accurate and developed and all that.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah, it's interesting. And
yeah.
like you said, it's we come up with these things like closed captioning. How
Mhm.
often does that help me actually know what's being said on a television show all the time? I have my closed captions on all the time.
Incredible. Yep. I love it. And I understand that for some people it's distracting for them and they can't
Right.
focus on
Right.
the visual, but
Right.
for so many people it is helpful. And I was talking to my dad about it because my dad's hard of hearing.
Okay.
Um, and so, we'll go to a restaurant and I'll be trying to talk to the server, but he can't
Mm,
hear or hear them. And
right.
he's struggling and embarrassed.
Right.
But and then I was talking to my dad about it because I was relating through my audio
Yes.
processing disorder.
Yes.
And I was like, I too am having to say what a lot more.
Mhm.
And he was like, I have that in addition. So he's like, I've always had problems. And then now I have hearing going out
Yeah.
through, just uh, typical age related high
Right.
frequency hearing loss. And so those combined make it really hard for him to hear and understand.
My
You're in an F5 power chair, so I know them well. Oh, nice. Yeah, my I don't know the
there you go.
specific power chair that my friend had. My friend that was a disability advocate was also named Chris, and he had a power chair. He yeah, I don't. I was gonna bring up something that was totally
Yes.
unrelated. Yeah,
Yes, I think I
but yeah.
know because I've watched you enough recently. I think I know what, but yeah, it's my sister. I literally will be talking about this in my video on tomorrow. It will post. Um, my sister is an amputee, so she is her left foot has been amputated, and
Hmm.
so she's had prosthetics. And there was a period of time because she has problems with her other foot now that they were looking at a power chair for her and getting her approved and all that. It's a process
Hmm.
depending on what
Yeah,
what your
and not on,
situation
yeah.
is.
And not only the chair, but a vehicle that can
Yep. Yep.
accommodate a
Yep.
chair.
Yep.
And if she drives, I'm imagining all
Yeah.
these things because based on what my friend Chris went through. A vehicle that he could move with his hands because
Right.
my friend eventually became a double amputee above the
Okay.
knee.
Okay. Oh, above the knee.
And
Okay, my sister is below the knee
yeah,
on just her left.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, he had ALS, so it was
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah, ALS and diabetes, so it just kind of was a
Yeah.
quick
So my
process
sister's
of
is the
things.
diabetes. She got the
Hmm.
Charcot foot. Is that what he had? The Charcot? Where
I'm
the
not
basically
quite sure.
the bone kind of because diabetes literally affects every cell in your body. Um, what can happen with some people is their bones basically kind of disintegrate and in a weird way kind of turn to dust, and that's kind of what happened with my sister, and it's called Charcot foot. And
Oh wow.
I have a pediatrician friend, sorry, podiatrist friend, let's get the right doctor, um, who I was talking about. Yeah, my sister's, gonna have an amputation because I think it was at that time I was talking to him, and he's like, "Oh, really? Have they tried this and that?" And I said, "Well, she's got Charcot foot." And he's like, "Oh, well, that's all they can do.
Hmm.
Like, it's literally all they can do."
Yeah.
So,
Well.
because well, you can imagine if the bones in your feet are like disintegrating, it just yeah.
Yeah. I my yeah my we thought my ex might have some kind of like early onset osteoporosis situation
Oh,
because of
osteo.
how easily she broke bones. But it actually turned out she had joint hypermobility. Um,
Oh,
it's
I've had a couple
the
students
human
that have
body is such a precarious thing. Like if we are physically healthy to any capacity, it's so easy to take it for granted.
yep,
Um, and I've had so many friends and loved ones who just weren't luck of the draw, weren't as lucky.
yeah, yep.
Um,
Well, my sister
and
wasn't as lucky as me.
yeah,
I mean, that's exactly, and it's like we came from the same gene pool, but we already talked about genes.
yeah. Yeah. So, but I think that that's why it's become more important for me. That's why it's been something that I spend so much time looking into disability advocacy because yes, I'm disabled and I want to advocate for myself, but I understand that I'm not the only type of disabled person out there.
Right.
And if I, when I think about it to myself, I'm like, I can actually I want to be as much of an advocate for someone else who's going through a different situation. And I
Yes.
really think my friend who just was so like he would never like let a trying to figure out how I would word it, but like if there was how throve, is that a word? That's not. He just really liked being educated on
Yes.
all aspects of disability. And while he was experiencing so many versions of it, he still was an advocate for people who were going through different things. And he, that's the friend that I lost,
Yes.
a couple weeks ago. And I'm like, I've just kind of been thinking to myself, like, why am I not doing that? Like nothing's holding me back. Like I'm
Yeah.
literally sitting here, why don't I spend some time doing that? So, I, very fortunate to have someone like that in my life who was patient with me when I asked questions that were, you know, learning and when I was learning and I'm hope to carry the torch and, you know, do half as much good as he did.
Yeah, and for him to be like looking at the whole thing, not just how my disabilities impact me, how do all the different disabilities impact different people, and yeah, things that benefit somebody that's disabled is probably going, for the most part, going to benefit the general population just as much or more. Well, maybe
Hmm.
not more, but just as much.
Yeah. There's this kind of this saying that a lot of people who are disability advocates say, where they talk about how accessibility
Oh,
helps
yeah.
everyone,
Yes.
and that's like with the cutouts and everything. And also one of the things is the disability community is one of the most diverse and broad communities that there is. And also, most people will be in that community at one point in their life.
Yep.
And it's a reality that most of us who are able bodied don't think about, able bodied,
Yep.
able minded, because, you know,
Yep.
that can go too. Living
Absolutely.
proof. Um,
Right.
So, so it's it's like I'd actually if you want to be just think about your own personal what will help you going into later in your life, not necessarily even late as in you know uh, the sunset of your life, if you will,
Yeah. Yeah.
um, but just after now. Um, it's in everyone's best interest to think about what we can do for disabled folks because we're probably all going to end up in that group. So,
Right.
if
Right.
we're
I
not
mean, I
already.
was relatively healthy until I started having migraines every day of my life. And
Mhm,
that was in my late 40s. So, yeah, you don't know when. I never anticipated being here. Never even
mhm,
occurred to me that I would be disabled. It's a strange thing. But like you said, especially if you live to be older, your chances of being part of that community are really high
mhm,
for
yeah,
different reasons.
mhm,
My dad was born completely deaf in one ear, like he has no eardrum or anything in one side. So like for me, the hearing stuff I've always been really very conscious of it.
mhm,
So, but he obviously, since he was hearing in the other side, he didn't learn ASL or anything, but man, do I wish he had. I think it would
yeah.
help him so much. But,
I I
he's in his 80s now, so I don't know.
I saw this. I heard this crazy number from the deaf advocate that I follow, and he was like, I want to say he said 3 and 4 parents, like hearing parents who have like
Mhm,
non-hearing
mhm.
children do not learn ASL. And I was like, wait, what? Like I could not even, and like I don't, I'm not a parent. Like I
Right,
can't, I feel
right,
like I borderline can't say a lot on that, but
right.
the ability to communicate with your child and the ability to have them, build communication tools, it seems pretty essential to me and in my in my experience. So
It's
um,
fascinating because I don't know if you've ever watched, I think it's Wildflower Sunshine. Her name is Angie. She's got a pretty new channel, so I don't know if you would have come across her, but um, she was talking about her experience that she was born completely deaf, but her parents, or maybe there you go, significantly enough that she went to a school for deaf children, but they were not allowed to learn ASL and they had to learn to speak. And I'm like, that is mind boggling to me.
mhm,
And I'm going to guess she's somewhere between 35 and 45. I don't actually know, but I'm just to kind of place where I think she lands. But I'm like, that is not that long ago, and that's mind blowing. I had one student when I first started teaching who was deaf. I had they were 2 different years, but I had 2 different students that had sign language interpreters in the classroom because it's one thing to know ASL, but to know the math ASL and your history class and your English class with all that. I mean, that's because ASL has its own grammar. So it's you need the interpreter there to be able to bridge that gap. But the very first one I had in class, she was actually in the Deaf Olympics for swimming, but she said she was very against cochlear implants
mhm,
and that, her parents supported her being abled in the way or, how she was. And she couldn't understand why people would do that. Well, and then I had the following year, I had another deaf student. It was different though. She did not have the same advocacy. It was just more this is what the parents did. But again, they accepted her. This is who she is. She's deaf. That's fine. Let her be deaf and let her learn ASL and do all those things. Then a few years later, I had students that had cochlear implants, and it was more like Angie's experience where they never learned ASL. They never learned, they were, let me see if I can figure out how to describe this. It's like they just covered up the disability
mhm,
instead of, it's because as soon as you take the little, I don't know if you know, but it's like a little implant on the outside of your head that goes into your head is
mhm.
a cochlear implant. There's a little device that attaches over the top and you take it off at night and whatever. As soon as you take that off, you are deaf. You are completely deaf and can't hear anything. And so, like, what if you're awakened in the middle of the night and can't find your cochlear? And I don't know. It's just fascinating to me. But Angie also has the cochlears. I
Yeah,
think that's what she said.
yeah. Let's see. We have some people in the chat. So
Yes.
Lexi said, but most people shouldn't breed.
Well,
Yep,
fair.
you ain't wrong. And then Chris said, yes, in the past, deaf students were subject to
Yep.
lots of abuse and bans. It was
Yep.
really awful, tying their hands and all sorts of
Yep.
punishments. Oh my gosh. I love ASL, such a cool language. I only made it to ASL too. Yeah, what I've loved is seeing ASL interpreters for music. That's been something
Yes.
that's been so exciting to see. And because you get to see stylized ASL
Yeah.
and it's and granted all ASL is kind of like a stylist as far as
Sure.
I understand, but like to see that with tied
Like
in
with
with music is
feeling
so
of it,
cool.
right? Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And yeah, but it's uh yeah, it's insane when you think about it, and how many disabled people and have been treated throughout history.
Yes.
But
Yes.
yeah, just I can't even. But yeah, I've there's also conversations going around where many people who are disabled they get asked like if you could have your disability ability.
Right.
erased? Like, if you're blind and you could no longer be blind, would you take that? And people are saying no.
Yep.
Some
I
people, some
yep.
people, and you know, a lot of people can't understand that. And I think that, and just with the cochlear implant,
Yep.
and or refusing it, and uh, you know, I think that's something that, you know, I think should be, you know, um, I think it can be hard for some of us to think like, oh, like you could just not be disabled. Wouldn't that be easier? But that's someone's whole life that you're looking at. You're talking about erasing their experience and everything.
Right.
And so it, you know, just
Yes,
uh,
it's very ableist and it tends to be a
mhm,
huge issue.
exactly. That's the word I was looking for. Ableist.
Yes.
Um, Chris said, "I love hanging out with you, smart, educated people. It's nice not talking to a wall sometimes." Well, thank
Yes.
you, thank you, Chris. It's nice hanging out with you all too. And
Yeah.
yes, I get the talking to the wall aspect very much. I talk to my cat a lot, and Scotty's sometimes gets a little tired of me talking. He just goes to sleep while I'm talking to him. Rude.
He's like I'm a cat, I can get away with this.
Yeah.
I guess experience.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Well, yeah. I'm
Mhm.
highly overeducated, Chris, just so you're aware. I'm very highly overeducated if you just looking at but experienced and like actually I think working I had a special ed minor, so I wasn't a special education teacher, but I tended to work with the students that had the disabilities that were just mainstreamed in the class, and I did the co-taught classes. So I had a lot more experience than many teachers, and I also had a lot more I think it's made me so much less ableist because I definitely think up until I actually experienced some of that with other students' lives, like what they went through, like it was helpful for me to understand that somebody who'd been deaf all their life wasn't interested in that part of themselves being taken from them,
Mhm.
because I would have never realized or thought about it. Of course you'd want it taken away, you'd think, but no, not necessarily. It really I don't know. I always say my students educated me as much as I educated them. And that
Definitely.
goes for other stuff we've talked about, like gender identity and um, just being kids being allowed to be who they were. And it was always heartbreaking to me when I saw students whose um, parents were not supportive of them in whatever issue they might have,
Mhm.
or they did the opposite and they enabled a kiddo that was disabled to not live up to their potential, if that makes sense. I didn't have that as often,
Yeah.
but usually parents were really well in the place that I taught at because it was socioeconomically diverse, but not really other diversities too much. I mean, there was some,
Mhm.
but but
I think I think a big thing for me, I guess, like in my personal experience as someone who was diagnosed
yeah,
mentally ill
yeah,
very early in life,
yeah,
because and I've had these conversations with my parents because I hear a lot of horror stories about, you know,
yeah.
people getting like kids getting kidnapped and going into treatment for months and like not knowing like what,
Wow.
like if their parents love them, like assuming their parents don't and have just had it. And, you know, my parents, like, you know, I actually haven't really talked about this at all, but you know, when I was 15, I got diagnosed,
Yeah.
and went straight into a hospital, was there for a week, tried to get medication right, all the stuff, but 15 was a rough year. And then I at the end of that was my freshman year in high school. Um, I like my parents were just they didn't know what to do. They were totally at a loss because no
Right.
one teaches you how to have a sick kid.
No, correct.
And, looking back, I, you know, they were just they were just doing their best, and I've had to be like, and this rule of everyone's doing their best at any time has been something that I truly believe in, because how are you supposed to know how to deal with a
Right.
kid who just you're like, they're on a path to death,
Right.
for lack of a better way to put it.
Right.
And so, like, I ended up, I'm from North Carolina. They found a treatment center for me in Utah, and I was there for 3 months. And I didn't know this at the time, but like, other kids were getting, like, literally taken from their homes in the middle of the night, bags over their head, and brought to centers like mine in the same state. And
That's crazy.
I heard that, like, Paris Hilton, like, talked about that in, like, her book and stuff like that. Like,
Oh, yes. Yes, I
and
remember hearing about that.
and when when I've talked about, like, my early diagnosis days with people here, like, clinicians here, they're like, "Were you kidnapped?" Like, literally, like,
Mm,
sick or well. Yeah, exactly, Lexi. And but I didn't have that same experience, and, like, so I kind of went on my own. Like, I wasn't in a great place, but I knew that I needed help to some degree. And
right.
and so I had this experience of just kind of course correcting. And also, this was at a time where, like, mental health insurance
Oh, right.
was not automatically included
Right.
in your health insurance.
Right.
So, like, all of a sudden, I had a pre-existing condition, and my parents had to pay out of pocket for that, which I'm not going to give you even
Right.
just
Whew.
ballpark a big number and then double it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I
it
can
was
only imagine.
insane.
Oof.
So all the people that I was there with, only a certain socioeconomic class and above
Yes.
could even get
Could
those
even go there. Yeah.
services. Yeah. Um, and luckily I didn't suffer any mistreatment or abuse
Right.
there. I'm very fortunate that that was not my experience. Even though, like, everyone was Mormon around me, they were very kind and accepting enough to my face. The people who worked there, the patients, maybe less so. um,
Yeah.
but
Oh, got it.
um, but you know, I had this experience, and where I was going somewhere with this,
With
I don't
about
know.
the your
Oh,
parents being supportive?
it was so, yeah, it was so, but I've had a lot of time to think, and my entire time looking back on that, I wasn't mad at my parents for it.
Right.
And I've been a lot of the people that I've met in my path have had a lot of resentment to their parents for
Right.
how um, they they interacted with treatment. If they came into the if they came into mental health treatment as a young person, as a minor. And for me, I'm just like, my parents tried. Like, they didn't give up. And
Right.
that, like, that would have been the easiest thing to do. and
Right.
and they did the hardest thing to do, and I'm very thankful for that. But all of these, no matter what your kid's going through, yeah, Lexi's totally right. Like, there's no
Yep.
manual on
No.
how to,
Nope.
you know and I had heard my whole life, there's no manual on how to be a parent and everything like that. Then you
Yeah.
you add on to your kid's sick, or you're with something, and, like, that's, another layer, that just makes things, even spicier.
Right. So, yeah,
So,
yeah. See, so the
yeah.
mental health or neurodivergent or ill or, all the things. Like, nobody
Mhm,
prepares you for that. Nobody,
mhm,
like, and even, like, the doctors and stuff in your life, they can't really help you with that because it's not their kid. It's an interesting.
yeah. And the doctors do try to bridge the gap as much as they can,
Yeah.
but but some, when your parents and their parents and their parents come from um, generations of you don't talk about your
Mhm.
feelings, you
Yep.
don't handle your feelings,
Yep.
and then all of a sudden, all you are is feelings.
Right.
And like what do you do? Like, before and I don't mean to disparage my parents on this at all, but
Right.
like before I got diagnosed, I would say that my parents would be like, never talk to a therapist. Never. Which
Gotcha.
kind of is like a crazy idea now, right? Like
Right.
everyone's like, talk to a therapist for anything. Like the wind blows the wrong way. Go get therapized. Um, but it was like, no, you don't talk to a therapist. You handle your shit. Like you handle your stuff by yourself. You don't include people. Don't talk about family stuff
Right.
with a stranger. All that stuff.
Are your parents boomer or Gen X?
Uh, I think they're boomers. My
So
dad's 58. My mom's
yeah.
64.
58.
And
58's right on the edge. It's right on the edge between, but your mom would be in if she's in her 60s, yeah.
oh
But
no, they're both in their 60s. That was the year that they were born.
okay. Yeah, so prior to 65, I believe, is
Yeah,
considered boomer.
yeah. Well, that's appropriate because I say okay, boomer a lot to them. Actually, I don't, but it would be funny
My
too.
children say it to me all the time, "I'm Gen X." But
Yeah.
but it's yeah. But it sound I mean, yeah, we have to remember that we have to start in the place that of belief that most people are doing the best they can with what they know and what they have.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, not all are, but if we start with looking at it that way, they can prove us wrong that direction.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So Lexi says, I have legit
Yep.
concerns about my oldest being bipolar
Yep.
like her daddy,
Yep.
and I know that she is undoubtedly ADHD like me. Thank you for sharing this, Ian.
Yes, Lexi, go watch a bunch of Ian talks about it really very thorough. Um,
And honestly, like there are some times where like all your kid is gonna do is talk about you like you are a villain, and I hope that that doesn't occur, but
there's
statistically,
a good
that's usually
chance.
what happens because most bipolar people will not want to say that they're bipolar, or like it doesn't feel. It's like someone's saying like, "Hey, your personality seems wrong." Like there's
Yeah.
something wrong with it, and you're like, this is actually how I've always been. What? So it's a bit jarring at the beginning for a lot of people. Actually, it's really jarring. There are a lot of really good support groups out there. um, there are a lot of support groups that are like way too much, and like can like kind of send your brain into overdrive. um, but finding out earlier always makes a difference. Finding out before shit hits
Yes.
the fan can be good.
Yes.
Um, Bipolar and ADHD, there's a lot of overlap in how they can look.
Yes. Yes. Correct.
So that can be a part of it too. So usually it's about patterns in kind of up down mood, um, and because ADHD is more consistent in you know uh, things like irritability and
Mhm. Mhm.
impulsivity and energy levels, stuff like that.
And the executive functioning and all that
Oh
stuff.
yeah, yeah. So, but there's a high comorbidity between the two as well,
Yes.
just to make things more difficult.
Yes.
Um, yeah. So,
There's a couple things that are comorbid with migraines that are really weird overlaps.
hmm,
One, oh, what was it? Oh, there's a high correlation between migraine and ADHD.
interesting. I would not have guessed that.
Right. Because in a way, they're both neurological conditions, right?
Mhm.
So It was Dutch research. It was not American research. But it's interesting. It's always all of it's so interesting. And hormones, yes, yes,
Hormones are
hormones.
big in everything.
And
Mhm.
I personally don't have bipolar, and no one in my family has. But I did have a student that I want to say she was a sophomore in high school, and this was like early 2000s, and they figured out that she was bipolar. Well, the problem is if you're under 18, there are so many medications and things they can't give you.
Yep.
And
Yes.
yeah, so like sometimes the label's helpful, but the awareness is more helpful. It
Hmm.
just depends on your circumstance. To get qualified for disability, obviously you need the label. Um,
Yeah.
but but yeah, since you homeschool, it's like that's less challenging. Do you stress giving yourself headaches? Do you stress out to do I give myself a headache? Only only if I have too much last row itis. Uh, one more
Mhm.
row itis. Sorry, one more row itis. I'll push too far and I won't get enough sleep. Um, stress is the reason. Stress was such a factor in the migraines,
Mhm.
which is why I got qualified through my teacher retirement, disability retirement, like pretty much immediately. They said it would be 6 to 8 weeks. I was approved in less than 5. Uh, but they were saying even like my neurologists at the time were like, well, when the stress is reduced, they should go away. And unfortunately, that has not been my experience. Stress does make it worse. There's no doubt. Stress makes it worse for sure.
And I used to kind of have an idea of the statistic back to something Lexi
Yeah.
said.
Yeah. Yeah. The ADHD. Yeah. That is a legit one too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But there is a super high genetic, they think over 85% of the bipolar is related to genetic factors. Hey, Lydia, welcome in.
Hi, Lydia.
So having a parent with bipolar does put you at a significantly higher risk. And also, um, if you've been around people who are bipolar, you kind of know, you kind of catch the vibe a lot faster than other people will. So I think at least if you can get her to talk to someone, I mean, that can make a big difference.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Mm,
finding resources now, and you start learning about what to watch for, you'll be able to better support her if she indeed has both. Right? I mean, I would assume that's kind of what you're saying.
sorry, I was distracted.
Oh, that's all right.
What-
Like that Lexi should like look for be more educated about it to be able to look for the patterns is to determine if maybe that is an issue for her daughter so that she can better support her.
I mean, yeah, I think that knowing kind of like the bigger signs to look for, because like there are the list of things that could look like bipolar is very broad. So I think actually looking big picture and like trying to kind of map out like potential hypomania,
Got
mania
it.
type things, or like depression, those types of bigger picture looks at episodes, because that is distinctly bipolar. Everything else pretty much can kind of look like a lot of other things as well. Having
Right.
an idea is really important, but bipolar, it's the length of the swing. Or bipolar cancers, I mean. Like, that sounds like so many tears. So it's a cancer just have a reputation for crying a lot. I joke, but yeah. It sounds like you have a very good idea about what bipolar looks like.
Yeah.
So, um, Yeah, and you attract them. You attract them. You're a bipolar magnet, which means that you are a rock solid person. Honestly, that's what it means to have people like that um, who stay in your life and you're staying in their lives rock solid. So it says a lot of good things about you. Um, but also it's very challenging, to to watch people go through that. And yeah, and so like yeah, when someone is a minor, there are a lot of medications specifically surrounding antidepressants
Right.
that they do not want to put minors on, because they do have a higher risk of SI. However, she's another cancer. Get away from the cancers. Keenly aware of the possibilities. Okay, so you're just keeping a keen eye out. That's good.
I think
Yeah,
that's perfect.
yeah. Hey, because she's already predisposed by the stars to be an emotional person. If you believe in that, if you put any stock in that. So there's just some people, are just emotional people. But yeah, it's the episodes that really do it, and the length of them. Um, but yeah, I think those are kind of like the what's I going with that? Um, yeah, sure, Jan. Oh, hell no. Hell no to getting to not being around cancers. um, yeah. Oh, yeah. But antidepressants. So this is not something that has happened to me much, but I know it's happened to other people with bipolar. So people with bipolar tend to be on a mix of medications,
Correct.
and you're not on just one type. And um, uh, antidepressants are not part of my regimen. They rarely have been. Um, so that's not something I have ever kind of really actually kept in mind for myself, because if you like in people who are bipolar, they have a really high chance of becoming manic or hypomanic with antidepressants. So
Right.
it's not valuable to put in their med mix, unless they have a low baseline, they get depressed a lot, and they barely get hypomanic. And then sometimes you'll see it in their mix, but usually it's a mood stabilizer, um, or two, and then a uh, like an antipsychotic or something like that. It just really depends. Let's see, Cancer, Virgo, Aquarius. She's gonna be okay. Okay, yeah, she's grounded. Yeah, she's grounded. Got a little. Me, on the other hand, I'm on the cusp of like so many things that it's just like someone literally, like I did this IOP, which stands for Intensive Outpatient Program, and they had alumni classes, and it was just all kinds of things just to kind of build community. It was
Yeah.
virtual, and there was this astrology class, and so you would bring in your birth chart. You learned how to read birth charts, where the sun was, where the moon was, all this stuff. Um, and I literally said nothing, and I just like gave my birth chart over to the lady reading it, and she was like, "Are you bipolar?" And I was
Mm.
like, "No shit, I actually am." And she was like, "I actually can totally see that."
In your chart.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's my chart literally is bipolar.
That's
Yeah,
fascinating.
yeah. Most of the time, no one would ever say that. It's a very, very weird, rare occurrence. But my chart basically is an arrow pointing to bipolar, if you will. So
Interesting.
she's like, I have no doubts, and like in a therapeutic alumni group, nonetheless. So
That's very interesting.
what do you do? Yeah. Yeah, I see how a lot of people are like avoid meds as long as possible, for a lot of reasons. And I know you're gonna, you and your family and your kid, you're gonna do what,
Right.
um, needs to be done. um, you know, when you need to, but you know, I I always have the I guess me, I'm just have the mentality that it's always um you know, I for me, I know that I would not be a functioning human even remotely without medication. And
Right.
so sometimes it's a little hard for me to switch to like not everyone has that personality and not everyone lives that life. Like some people they can have bipolar and not be medicated. Me, I'm not that person. So it's sometimes it's a little foreign for me, but
And
no
right.
judgment.
I'm that
Yeah,
way
no
with
judgment. I'm always
migraines.
curious.
Well, and
Hmm.
and again, under 18, it's so tough. As you know, because you were diagnosed young,
Hmm.
it's so tough. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and and I, you know, I'm while I am very pro medicine for myself and most bipolar people. I think a lot of people like don't, you know, it's an either or, but oh okay, yeah. So yeah, yeah, you know. Um but I think what was I where was I
Meds, pro meds,
going?
not
Meds,
meds.
promeds, I
You're not okay without meds too, huh, Lexi? Yeah. I'm not okay. I migraine wise, I would be a freaking disaster if I didn't have all
you know,
the things on
yeah.
board.
Oh, what I was going to say is I'm a firm believer that is that mental health. There's pretty much nothing mental health that isn't a if if meds are part of it, it can also like the
Yeah.
therapeutic like non-medication talk therapy that type of thing
Yes.
or even just like general wellness like taking care of yourself doing mindful activities like yoga and stuff like that like those are big parts of it too. I don't think meds can fix you. And
Right. It's like
yeah,
if they just I know anxiety specifically, if you have an anxiety disorder, if they just give you medicine and you don't do any of the other stuff, it's you're just gonna have to keep changing your meds and upping your dose. You have to do the other things, because the medications stand alone. Again, I take a ton of um, homeopathic or whatever supplements. I take supplements and not just medication because meds aren't enough. They just they're necessary, but they're
mhm,
not enough. You
yeah,
know.
yeah. It's you got to look at the full picture of
Yes.
things. You know, I oh my gosh, I was without my thyroid med for 5 days recently, and
Ooh.
I was doing everything I could not to melt into the floor. Um, because I was like trying to be very it's like think ahead, but I was running out. I tried to get it filled, and then there was a problem with my doctor's office, and then there was a problem with Walmart not having the medication.
Yep. Yep.
Um, and I was like, okay, this could definitely push me into an episode, so I'm going to try to not just lose it because
Yeah.
the bottom could fall out. Um, yeah, thyroid, and my thyroid doesn't do anything. It's not even like it does like 80%, does nothing.
Oh, your thyroid is flatlined, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm on a full replacement dose.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, because when I had my thyroiditis in 2019, it just stopped. I'm kind of want to be like just take it out or something, but no, it's in there, just dead weight.
Interesting. But I know it wouldn't be unless it was cancerous, they're not gonna remove it, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there would have to be a reason to do it, even though it works it just doesn't work. But my grandma she had a goiter
Oh, got
and
it.
had it like irradiated.
Okay.
Um so they didn't take hers out, but mine so like so mine, they were like, genetically you were going to end up here anyways, but lithium, because it's made to just destroy your organs.
Right.
um
Yeah.
there's a couple organs in particular it likes to go for: liver, pancreas, and thyroid. So
That's
they're like, your thyroid was going to go anyways. The lithium just accelerated a little bit. So
got it. Got it.
yeah.
Got it. As have you had any troubles with your other organs that were on the list?
um
Good there, or mostly
Not
good.
really. Yeah, they've been okay.
Good.
um I get checks regularly. Like if you're
Yeah.
on any mood stabilizers, they're checking your blood pretty frequently.
Well, yeah, my cat is on kitty Prozac, and he has to get checked every 6 months and not every year. So yeah, and he's a cat, and it's still they are watching for that.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are surprisingly hard on the body. It's and yeah, but lithium is a pretty known medication that just it's a like it's pretty rough, but it's so effective for bipolar for most people. They don't
Right.
know why. The history of lithium is actually pretty interesting, but um, that's one of the things I found out when I was doing all my research for my court case for
Oh yeah, yeah,
disability.
yeah.
And I was like watching all these videos, and I was like, I found out all that's where that video where I found out about the history of lithium was the same as video that I found out about brain damage over time from
Mm.
uh, being bipolar. So,
Because it's such as an extreme chemical imbalance, or what? What's the connection there?
so what happens basically is they have done studies, and they did studies on people who had been recently diagnosed with bipolar, and they were in a manic state, and they put them under brain scans, and they looked at parts of the brain that were firing excessively during mania. And so they isolated these spots, and so then they compared them to brain scans from people who are experiencing mania, who have been diagnosed for 20 to 30, 15 to 30 years or something like that. And those same areas of the brain were totally dead, like we're not lighting up anymore.
Mm.
And that part of the brain specifically, they identified as being uh, in charge of self awareness.
Oh.
So the more mania you have, and this is especially it being under medicated or unmedicated, the more
Mhm.
mania you have, you experience neuron death in the self-awareness part, so you don't even realize you're manic, which
Interesting.
self-awareness for mania is low anyways, and it just gets worse. So most people see a decrease in their ability to catch their manic episodes before they happen.
And are
The longer.
they're the ones that are or are causing the brain damages? Is that what you're saying? Is the
um,
mania, or is it just
Yes. So the mania basically, so the in the beginning your mania is like, we're so aware of everything, we're looking around, we're getting
got
all
it?
the sensory input, and the neuron is overactive, and it's so active that it just dies. It just it what's a good way to put it? Basically you fry it. You
Yeah,
put so
yeah,
much
yeah.
energy into it, you fry it, and then it doesn't work anymore. And it doesn't regenerate
Kinda like
in the same
overuse,
way.
kind of
Yeah,
in a weird way. Yeah.
yeah. So you burn out that chip in your brain.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
That
and
explains a lot
nobody
about
talks
everybody
about
else
that.
I know.
Nobody talks about it. And I'm like, I feel like this would be really. I mean, like, it's a pretty heavy thing to talk about, but
Yeah.
like, I feel like that would be nice to know and not have to, dig forever to find out for myself. Um,
Right.
but So one of the good things about lithium, actually, to bring it right back to lithium, one of
Yeah.
the great things about lithium, and I believe lithium is the only medication they found that does this, is that lithium contains neuroprotective qualities. So it actually creates like a shield around the neuron, and it endures less damage over time. So, like for me, my lithium that I'm on right now is actually just focusing. Like I purposely asked to be kept on it so that I would have less neuron damage.
Right. Okay.
So if people could
Interesting.
advocate for themselves by telling their doctor, I want to be kept on a small dose of lithium just so I can get the benefits of it without this heavy
Right.
dose in my system. Like that would be really helpful for people to talk to their doctors about, but people don't.
But you don't know. You
Yeah,
found it on your own. Yeah.
yeah. Because if and when I've talked to doctors about it, they're like, "Oh yeah, it does that,"
Mm,
but they don't bring it to me.
yeah. That's
And I know that. So I think I don't know if I talked about this in my, I think I did, bipolar video, but bipolar and schizophrenia are seen as severe mental illnesses.
right.
Um, and so they're kind of in a slightly higher, more care needed classification.
Okay.
And the doctors that treat us, they tend to be because we require more work, more care, more visits, all of the stuff. So we kind of it's can be hard to get the amount of care we need because they're just so full of people
Yep.
who are going
Yep.
through the same thing. Because bipolar is not rare,
Right.
schizophrenia is not rare,
Right.
and so they're overworked with people who are going through significant issues. And not to say that people who are going through like depression and anxiety aren't, significant, but they just require a little less, um, whatever than us. So, you know, uh, that's why, no bipolar doctor that I've had, whether they were a specialist or not, has had the time to explain everything about bipolar to me because
Right.
they're too busy and there's too much stuff.
Yes. And by its own nature, it demands more than they have time to do,
Hmm.
is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, but it like in the process of learning so much about bipolar, I was like, it just it was insane to me, and um, I was really lucky to have in North Carolina, I had a specialist who only focused on severe mental illnesses, so I could get some specialist time.
Yeah.
Um, but I was really surprised coming out to California that those people just don't exist here.
Interesting. It's probably because the
Um,
population's so high, but that's
it's
counterintuitive.
If they do, they're hiding. But I mean, it's hard for me to be able to see a psychiatrist. Like I'm seeing a nurse practitioner.
Right.
Luckily, they're competent nurse practitioners, which is not always what I've experienced before.
Right.
Because typically those have been just like, what are your symptoms? Like, okay, I'll adjust this. See you in 2 weeks. That's been the extent of it. So
Wow.
yeah. So the the journey.
The journey. When I do drop Ian's video, which I think I'm leaning toward next Tuesday for your drop.
Hmm.
Some of this we talk about, but not we kind of touch on it, but don't really talk about it. Is that a
Yeah.
better way of saying it? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that yeah, I think that mental health was kind of like the over like it's an
Yes.
overlay of the conversation as far as I
Yes, and
know.
how crochet or crafting is essential to our mental health.
Hmm. Absolutely, it really is.
Well,
I can't like I can't imagine what my life would be if and I would be crafting probably, but like in the same like a semi organized fashion that I do with crochet. I just don't know. because I didn't mention this. I mean, it just didn't
Right.
kind of come up. But
Right.
so like I had knit very, very randomly and casually before I got sick, and then my first time going um, into a residential facility after I got sick,
Right.
I I had brought some stuff to knit, and I met this woman, and she was like in her 70s, and she was like, "Oh, I used to crochet. It was such a long time ago. I don't remember how to do it." And I was like, "You know what? Like, look." When I was there for a month,
Mm.
I was like, "You know what? Like, let's learn how to do it." And so I ordered some crochet hooks off of Amazon, and we
Okay.
just watched
Amazing.
a YouTube video like over and over again till we figured out how to crochet.
That's
And like I haven't put it down since. And like that was it was literally the first my first stop of many into the mental health system, after my accident. And um yeah, I can't believe that, like, what are the odds that I would pick up a craft or something like that,
right.
and just it would just stick so well.
Yeah.
And I didn't even look into like learning how to crochet. She just wanted to, and I was, you know,
You're like,
sure.
sure, why not? Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a cool backstory. But well, I mean, it's a I could do a trailer or whatever they call. Hey, if you want to know the backstory, go watch this.
Yeah, that's fine. Um, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I think that, everything happens for a reason, in one way or another. I don't put like a ton of stock into that, but,
Right.
I also like, it's nice and serendipitous when good things happen. You meet good people and they
Yes.
bring these positive things into your life. Um,
Yes.
but yeah, like, like I said, just repeating it, just, what would my life be without crochet? It's like
Right.
49% of my personality right now.
Right.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what it would be like.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, well, and it was once I wasn't a teacher, finding my identity was a whole thing,
Hmm.
you know, which you understand being disabled and not being able to work. You have to find your identity. It's yeah. It's a whole
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. And you're dealing with, I know a lot of people deal with it, and I dealt with it. So, but I won't put words in your mouth. But
Right.
I dealt with a great amount of grief, losing
Yes.
this aspect of my life and losing this
Yes.
ability, um, and stability. I was just losing so much of, what I knew, and going into this unknown of how I was going to move forward, and all I could do was be trapped in my feelings and,
Yeah.
feel lost. And
Yeah.
then, and then, I found something that was constructive and, helpful and creative and filled my time. And, there's a, you know, I one of the coping skills, and the many I've learned about, distraction is one that I think I don't think it gets a bad rep, but, I don't think people believe in the power of distraction enough. You
Mm.
know, when you are disabled, if you can distract yourself
Yep.
40% of the day, that's a huge win.
Yep.
And,
Right, where you're not focusing on that and then the disability or whatever is not your identity. You
yes.
yeah, so I agree with you. Like,
Mhm.
I don't think I've thought of it that way, but yeah, where you can focus on something else to not think about what you've lost, what you don't have medically or mentally speaking. It's like for me, like my uh the brain fog I feel has stolen so much from me, like, and
Mhm.
so but I don't think about that, and I try like, tonight, when we were first on and we were figuring those things out, I love what that does for my brain. And
Hmm.
you were kind of saying that too about here's a problem and we're going to solve it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting, and there's, it's easy to be like, well, I used to be able to do X and now I can't. But there's to be able to say I used to be able to do X and now I can do X
Right.
light,
Right.
where it's like
Right.
I used to I can do some puzzles, but I they have to be on my terms, my brain's terms.
Yes.
Um and also sometimes of the day I can't do them. Sometimes the brain fog's too real,
Yep.
and I have to be able to take care of myself. And if you have not been raised to take care of yourself,
Yeah.
it is a wake up call to become
Yeah.
disabled, because
Yes.
you have to. I think
Prioritize
about
yourself.
things like spoon theory, and stuff, and how we distribute the resources
Right.
of mental and physical energy that we have. Um, and I did a video on that like a really long time ago.
Oh, check that
It
out.
kind of came out of nowhere. Um, are you familiar with it? I can.
Yes.
Okay.
Lightly.
Um,
I'm lightly familiar with
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I basically just kind of introduce it to people who haven't talked about it, or haven't ever heard of it, at
I
all.
had
But
no idea until I met Shannon the Spoony Stitcher.
mm,
And then I looked into it a little bit, but yeah, no, I have a very light understanding of it or
mhm,
knowledge,
yeah,
but it makes a lot of sense.
yeah, I learned about it from my ex who's chronically ill, but
Mhm, mhm.
um, you know, and I learned because she deals with most of her spoon theory. Uh, Teaching me was about physical spoons.
Right.
Not, well, not like actual spoons, but
No,
like
no, no,
physical
no, right,
energy
I understand.
spoons. But
Right.
when I became disabled, and I'm kind of applying that to the mental energy and the emotional energy, it's like those are things that we think about even less, because we like to think about them as this like unlimited resource, even though when we're functioning at quote unquote 100%, they are not unlimited. We just,
Correct.
often push ourselves way too far.
Right. Oh,
So
definitely.
yeah, like I look back now and I'm like, because I like the life I was living was so wild, and I was working as like a consultant actuary, and so I was working like 70-hour weeks,
Oof.
and doing like crazy high level
Yes.
math, and then also having to like talk to like people of all different skill
Yep.
levels about this
Yep.
math and stuff like that, and I loved it. It was exciting, but like, oh my gosh, was I burning the candle at both ends? I don't know if
Right.
people do 5 years in that industry, and because I made it like what, 2.5 or something like that, and then had my everything go wrong. But
Right.
I'm just like, how did I even think that that was gonna be sustainable? I was gonna be able to survive that, because that was rough.
Well, because
So.
your brain was capable, but lots of things interfered with that, right? That
Mhm,
doesn't yeah, just y so it's not illogical that you thought you could do it. It's it's very logical that you thought you could, because if you don't understand that there's other stuff going on with yourself, like I used to work 60, 70 hours a week as a teacher, not that I was
mhm,
paid that way, but that's what you had to do to get all the stuff graded and stay ahead and all that stuff. As a math teacher, I can't say that that's true of all subjects, but English teachers, I would imagine, have even more grading, and it's more challenging grading.
mhm.
Maybe not more quantity, but oh my gosh, I can't imagine grading even 10 essays,
Oh,
much less
that
150, you know?
pass, pass,
Yeah.
pass, pass.
Hard
I would,
pass,
I would,
right?
I would do anything else in life other than grade 10 English papers.
Right? Wouldn't that be that would be our torture.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Uh, but yeah, Did not know we were going to go down this path tonight, but I think it's been helpful for Lexi at least. It sounds like it was helpful for Chris, and Chris enjoyed. So
Yeah. Well, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I mean we've reached. I'm at 4 hours now. I know you haven't been on the entire time, but you've been on most of the time.
At least 2.
So,
I've been on at least 2 hours. But
yeah.
yes.
But yeah, we can end it here. Yeah, we don't need to.
Yeah, and
call it.
we solved a problem, and then we,
Mhm.
talked about the real stuff in life.
Yeah, we solved the problems of the world, and
Yes.
you're welcome, world.
Yeah.
The world's better for it.
Now y'all just need to find Ian as a weirdo, and all your problems will be solved.
Oh, please don't put that pressure.
Just kidding.
I will own 0% of that comment. Yeah.
Okay, maybe your crochet problems.
Yeah, crochet problems we might be able to solve together. Yeah. But thank you all for hanging out. And thank you, Lori, for coming up and hanging out with me. Yep, I have no idea what project we're going to work on tomorrow, but it's probably going to be fun. And who knows what conversations we'll get into.
Yeah, come up with an ornament.
Come up with an ornament? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Because it's time, it's era or time appropriate. People are destashing. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, 'tis the season.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into some stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks everyone. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Big hugs.